Alright everyone, I know I'm trying to make sure the audio is working right again like usual. Everything's working great. No, Harold, it's not a countdown to extinction. Alright, let's see. I think the audio's looking pretty good. Audio's good? Oh, alright, thanks for the feedback. Just want to make sure. Alright, so I got my views going. Make sure my correct view is set up. I got a multi-camera view here today, so, and a new setup that I'm trying out. So make sure I can get used to this too. All right, let me try the next clip. Make sure I can get that sound dialed in. Here we go. What's up, James? BrewQ is here. All right, BrewEasy time. Yeah, that's right. The new, smaller BrewEasy. Rob Axelson. Oh, baby. Nice to see you again from Savannah, Georgia. Just out to see Rob. Well, I didn't out there to see Rob. I happened to be in Savannah a few weeks ago and met up with Rob at some bars downtown. So that was a fun time, yeah? All right. Really good. All right, I think we're good there. We'll give it a little more than half a minute. Make sure we get enough people joining in. We got 22 concurrent viewers right now. Anthony Salvo, welcome. Christine Chambers. All right. Who else is on this list? Patrick Glazier, MJ Haas. Asking me about the Illini. Yeah, I was watching in the background while setting up. They have a chance to win. I remember going down there in the early 90s, watching the Penn State games down there when they first joined the Big Ten. That was quite a set of games there back then, if I remember right. That's some good memories. Let's see. Where are we at here? Hey, yeah, again, welcome, Harold. BrewQ sitting in a parking lot waiting on his wife and kid to finish shopping. Always gotta do something. Northwest Small Batch Brewing. Here for the deep dish. No deep dish today. Well, at least not yet. Maybe. Who knows? We'll see how hungry I get. Blackwoods Brewing. Good afternoon. Yeah, welcome. Curious about the BrewEasy, I hear. So that's why you're here, for sure. All right, let me switch over here. All right. Okay. Let's see. Oh, okay. I hope I'm looking at the right camera. Got it, I think. You, right there. We got cameras all over. And hopefully I can keep this straight. I got cameras on my phone. We got webcams on tripods. And actually, this headset's causing a delay, which is making me hesitate and pause unnecessarily. So let me put that down. So let me sit up. Actually, no. I'll stand, I'll sit. So welcome. We're here to do, as in me, I'm the only one here today. Clay's not here, Chad's not here. Dan, my neighbor, he's been in the last couple videos. He's not here either. It's just me flying solo to focus my attention on the BrewEasy Compact. I've never even used it yet. This is my first time even using it. The closest I got to this thing using it was actually when I cleaned it. So, you know, with the PBW, get all the machining oils and gunk and stuff out from the kettle and everything, right? The hoses, get all that cleaned up and all. So now this is gonna be my first time using it, walking through the process for the very first time. The user manual, unfortunately, wasn't very detailed, but fortunately, I probably can handle this. It's very similar to a Grainfather in terms that it's an almost-in-one brew system where you have your mash basket and everything, right? You put in there your mash, you lift the basket out, you sparge it, everything goes through. So if I can do this on the Grainfather, I'm sure I can do it here as well. No problem. But we'll see how many mistakes I have along the way. And so let me switch views here because this is kind of a boring view. Let me pick the main view and let me walk over here to the main camera view here. Oh, perfect. Beautiful. I can see, well, I see the camera. I don't see you guys. But So a little bit of background before I dive in. I kind of jumped the gun a little bit because my last brew day live stream was almost 8 hours long back in July. Right? That thing went forever, only because we were talking and gabbing most of the big part of that time. But I'm trying to do a little bit of a favor for you. Try to compress the brew day into a smaller set of time, maybe less than 5 hours, maybe even 4. Who knows? I've already started. So here is the BrewEasy Compact with the Surface base on it, right? So the BrewEasy Compact has been around at least a year or more, right? And it's basically almost a one or all-in-one brew system with the mash basket, right? That goes inside, and you mash your grains in there, and recirculate, and then you drip dry the mash basket, much like the spike solo basket and other ones nowadays too, right? And let it drip dry. All right, so I'm going to go through that process. I've already got the water heating up in here just to get a jump start on the time. It's almost, or should be, right at 165 already. Good timing. That took about, let's see how long that took here. Started heating the water up from, oh, well, okay. Started heating the water up a little over half hour ago, from about 70 degrees Fahrenheit. Now it's 165, so it took about a half hour to heat up. I didn't recirculate to help heat it up quicker. I just kind of just turned it on and walked away while I set up other things. So doesn't seem to be much different than other systems. I mean, I think the Grandfather, now it's a 110-volt system, took about 45 minutes to get up to such a temperature, an hour to get from room temperature to a boil. This is quicker. I think a little slower than my BrewEasy Classic back in the background here. So for those who are curious what the difference was, this is the original BrewEasy. Well, this was the original BrewEasy. I actually had this Blichmann kettle as my base, and then they sent me earlier this year the Surface version of their 20-gallon kettle, which is now the base for this, what they call the BrewEasy Classic nowadays. Now that was a whole name change thing they did when they released the compact. They had to rebrand the original BrewEasy to something like Classic, but this was the original BrewEasy going back years. This is the newer system, but this is also even newer than its original release, again, because it also now has the surface heating element attached to it, which is underneath the kettle. So there's no longer a heating element inside. It's like the boil coil, right? That's been removed and replaced by the under kettle element, which I guess there was some controversy earlier this summer about this when I posted my first video on the other surface kettle about warranty and longevity, and they heard you. So John Blichmann, the owner, had put a video out a month or two ago saying they updated the warranty terms for a lifetime warranty on the surface element and everything, and the whole kettle, I think, as well. I'm not sure of those details, but I know they've warranted the element for life. So that should assuage some of your fears. So really exciting to have this, because one of the biggest pains in the butt for me was cleaning the heating coil elements, not just the boil coil, but other ones for like the spike and others, right? For some reason, mine get so gummed and gunked up, I got to take them out and scrub them and try to get all the scrub brush and Brillo pad in between all the different twisting elements to get it all. I mean, that took me for like a long time, and it was one of the worst things about electric brewing that I realized after getting into electric brewing from propane, right? And not anymore, right? I started using like the Grandfather, and I realized how smooth that bottom and that heating thing. Nice concept, although that sometimes could potentially do some scorching depending on how the mash was done and how fine the mash was and how much was stuck to the bottom of the heating element. I don't think I've actually had any scorching, but I did have a little trouble scrubbing some of that stuff off of there. With this element, the one on the Classic BrewEasy and the one in the Compact BrewEasy, so far, again, at least when I was cleaning it, very similar performance to the 20-gallon one. The difference is the heating element wattage, right? So the BrewEasy 20-gallon, a 240-volt system, mind you, think it was like a 5600 watt. I could be wrong or in the ballpark, but this is only, I think, like around 35 only still a lot, but about 3500 watts, which is way more than if you were to get the 110 volt version, which I think is limited to your basic wall outlet of like a 20 amp wall outlet. I think it's like about 2000 watt or something max element. And then even then you need like a 20 amp circuit, which I do not have in my house, and probably yours as well. Most homes, at least newer ones, mostly only have 15 amp wall outlets, right? Which limit you to about 1800 watts. That's not what I have today. I have the 240 volt version again, and about 3500 watt element, I believe, or 3300, somewhere in the low 3000s. All right, so where do I go from here? I got my water heated up already to 165. I have most of my malts already crushed to save a little time here on this stream. I do have a little addition of my chocolate malt for my English nut brown ale recipe that I'm brewing today. Just that I will crush and add later on in the mash, right? And let's see, what do we say we get started here, get things moving. Once I get things moving and get things kind of stabilized, I will be able to sit down and chat and answer questions and all that stuff at that time, I guess, right? So before I start doing actual work again, what I have here, if I take this lid off and get my water heated up. Now, one thing about these almost in one or all-in-one systems, depending on what you buy and whose model, they're not always all in one, right? Because one of the downsides to brewing the bag brewing is that you need a larger kettle than you would otherwise need if you were just mashing in a separate vessel and putting the wort only into the kettle, right? Because you have the combination of your water and grains all put into the same vessel, right? So generally you would take your mash basket, like on the grain father, in this case, this one as well. Once this goes in, all the water in here is going to up and overflow if I have the grains in here, right? And depending on your grain bill, if it's a small enough grain bill, you could do a no sparge batch in here. But I'm already seeing now by putting this basket in with my full water volume in here. In fact, I can probably kind of bring this up here so you guys can see a little better. And I'm going to adjust this, so don't worry. I'll show you here. I got cameras. I got lots of cameras. I got this little bad boy here. Let's see here. So you can probably see here now that with the full water volume for my recipe, which isn't even all that heavy, the grain basket is already in the water, right? So I really don't want to be working to this mode of a no sparge option. I am going to then instead today going to resort to a sparge option. So I'm going to take some water out of here, put it in a cooler here for temporary storage, like the old days when I was doing my cooler brewing, right? You'd heat up all your water, separate some out for sparging and lautering later, and mash with what's left in there. And that's what I'm going to do today. And just to let you know, my grain bill is about 10. Let's take a look at the grain bill. Grain bill. And my grain bill is about 10 and a half. About 10 and a half pounds. So if you add about 1.5 quarts per pound, the volume starts to fill up. But that's a good traditional with sparging amount to use for this recipe. If I had a larger recipe, a more higher OG or something more like an imperial stout, right? That would completely blow this away. According to my own calculations on my spreadsheet, I'm right on the verge for this 10.5 pound recipe of having to be required to do a sparge. So I was kind of torn. It's like I could in theory just barely do a no sparge batch on this thing according to my calcs, but because this is kind of a lower gravity recipe and I'm probably going to be brewing higher gravity ones eventually, I want to kind of just go right to the sparge version of this, right? So what I'm going to do is treat my water. I got my water chemistry adjustments for my water supply here in Chicagoland. I got Lake Michigan water, pretty soft water, great for lagers, but I need to amp it up a little bit. I got some, let's see if I can show you the, there we go. So that's the, on the upper right corner should be the amount of addition. So I'm adding some calcium chloride for myself. Maybe adding, oh, it's down here. Sorry, I scrolled too much. Yeah, so I'm going to be adding 4 grams of gypsum, 5.2 of calcium chloride, and some lactic acid here, just to get it all started. I'm going to add it to the total water, right? And I'm going to stir that in, of course, after I get it all in there. And then I'm going to take out my sparge amount and put it in the cooler and leave the remaining amount for the mash. And then we're going to get mashing. All right, so let me do this. Let me get my, how many do I need of the lactic acid? 2 milliliters. So I'll get my little syringe here. Get my little 2 millimeters out of here. And that's to control pH, obviously, right? It's not for flavor. It's just because I got a grain bill and water, and I'm trying to get my pH below 5.6. And if I do what I just did here with the water additions, and there we go, put that in there, actually. Just make sure I get it all. There we go. So that's going to treat the water and get these things out of the way. And then I'm going to just go ahead and stir this in. I left my spoon and sanitizer. Just give me a moment to let it drip a little bit more here. Okay, I'm going to stir that in. And actually, I don't even need to necessarily stir it in if I can just go ahead and run the pump, huh? I'll let the machine do the work. So what I have here is the Blichmann Riptide docked up with this thing, and it's got an outlet coming from the out into the in to the out to the recirculation stack, and right in the middle here is a flow meter, which I've never used before either. So this is going to be kind of interesting to see how this all works. But what I'm going to do for the moment, I think, oh, I don't know. I don't want this on here. Actually, this is the mash recirculation. I actually want this to be on the whirlpool arm. All right. I know all this work reattaching things, but oh, hold on a minute. Dang it. Yeah, trying to do this solo is a little more challenging here. It's like I need a third hand sometimes, especially when I'm trying to film with odd camera angles and not be in your way at the same time, right? All right, so connected. I'm going to open this up. Open that up. Open up the other one here. All right, everything's ready to go. Everything's opened. I'm going to turn on the pump. And hopefully you're seeing that on the camera there. Starting to circulate. Okay, all right. Very good, very good. All right, so that's what's going to help me recirculate it so I can mix in all the chemicals, make sure I get all the calcium chloride dissolved and all the gypsum dissolved, lactic acids distributed evenly. All right. There we go. All right. And then I'm going to offload some of this. Move this back here for the moment. We're out of shelf space already. All right, so I'm going to let that go, and then I'm going to turn that pump off and fill, I think it was 4 gallons if I look at my recipe. So again, I'm doing a sparge version of this, right? So in my profiles, you know what? Just let me show you here. In the profiles, of equipment profiles, I created 2 of them for the BrewEasy compact. Try to zoom in here for you guys so you can, that's still kind of far away, huh? All right, let me get a little closer. That's probably better, right? So yeah, so down the bottom of my current list, I have sparge required and no sparge version. And I have in my profile for the mash and lauter tun details, right? And I have kettle details, and it's one and the same. It's the same kettle for both purposes, but the volume calcs are a little different because of how they're being used, right? So I just want to show you that I got this in here, and I'm using the sparge required one, which has some slight minor differences, right, in terms of its values, fly sparge versus no sparge, and things like that. Let me go back to here. So what I need to do is I put 31 total quarts of water in here at 70 degrees. I'm going to have just about 16 quarts of strike water, which means I'll have about 16 quarts of sparge water as well here, right? So I'm going to drain 16 quarts is like 4 gallons, right? So I'm going to drain 4 gallons out of here and into my cooler. We turn the pump off, close the valves so I don't drip all over. Whoop. And then turn that off. I'm going to, whatever drippage I can, I'm going to use a little Pyrex 1 quart cup here, just because I know as soon as I start detaching these quick disconnect or these tri-clamp fittings, they're going to drip as I go here, right? So I'm going to just try to minimize the spill, make sure everything's turned off so I don't hurt myself with the hot water. Then I'm going to go ahead and, oh, actually, you know what? I am jumping the gun because I need to get my sparge vessel ready to go here, right? So let's do that. So I'm going to go ahead and make sure that's turned off, make sure I don't hurt myself. Take this off of there. It's got a little bit of dribble. Wasn't all that much, honestly, right? And now the goal here is, this is where I wish I had a partner, because my sight glass is out of sight over here. I need to take a look at the pump button here so I can see it and pump. But I also need to measure what's over. So I have to walk all the way around here and get in your way, unfortunately, folks. And you guys can see this okay, I hope. I got like, yeah, I think you guys can see this okay, right? All right, good. And then I'm going to then keep an eye. It's about, where is it at? 7 3/4. I need to go down to -4. That would be 3 3/4, right? I believe. Yeah, 7 3/4 -4 is, yeah. So almost 4 gallons left. That makes sense. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and turn on the pump. Oh, I turned the pump back on. And I'm going to keep an eye on the sight glass when I get down to about 3 3/4. We should be good. Got a ways to go. So again, I'm taking up just shy of 8 gallons of water, split it in half for the mash, half for the lauter. And it's moving fast. I don't even have the valve all the way open. All right. I gotta be quick with this. Did I hit it? Nope. Almost. I overshot just a tad, but that's okay. Okay, so now I have all this nice hot water. My sparge. Oh shit. Talking and this is what happens. Talking and not paying attention. I just lost a little bit of water, but it's okay. Not a big deal. What happened was that I didn't close either one of these 2 valves, so it just started rushing through there, and that was completely avoidable if I was only paying attention. So I can clean this up in a little bit, but that was not intended to happen. All right, so then I got my lid. I'm going to put my little lid on my sparge vessel. And so this is why I call this a almost in one system, much like the Grainfather is, and basically all of them are like this, right? It's like you often need a sparge vessel to have sparge water to sparge the grains through later. and it just is what it is. So for those who hear me say the almost in one, that's what I mean by that, because it's not really all in one. Often because of the grain bill size, you have to revert to, or go back to using a actual sparge vessel, or a what we used to call a hot liquor tank in the old days when we were doing 3-vessel brewing, right? Unfortunately, I spilled a little bit of water, but it wasn't that much. Not a big deal. It might affect my final calcs a little bit, but oh well, whatever, who cares? This is all fun. It's a hobby, right? I'm not mass producing this and losing money for every little tiny little spill I have, right? This is just what it is. All right, so I'll get that back on there. Actually, this should actually go over here, but because I am going to be doing a mash recirculation. See? First time for everything. First time I'm doing this. So follow along and learn from my mistakes, not yours, right? So I'm going to get this on there nice and tight. So what's going to happen here then, get this on there. All right. So now I can put the mash basket in. And this is another piece that goes in just a little bit. But what I'm going to do right now, so I got my mash water in there. So let me see if you guys can see this okay. I think you can see that okay, right? Right? Okay. All right, so now I got my mash, or my crushed grains for the mash. Now, make sure everything I got is in order here. So I got the pump turned off. I got the heating element temporarily turned off while I do this. I'm going to go ahead and start adding my grains in here, stirring it in, and let's see where we end up, huh? So I should have a little less than 4 gallons of water in here. Start adding the grain. Actually, you guys, well, for the camera's sake, I'll go this way. Not that it matters for me, but for you it does. All right. So now you stir this in, stirring this in so it starts absorbing. Make sure there's no dough balls in there as I go, right? Just like any other time you brew on any other system, or whether it's DIY like I used to do, or any of these other systems that are out there nowadays, right? Pick it up. Yeah, heck with it. I may have to add some of my sparge water in here in hindsight, because what I don't think I accounted for what I didn't account for in my calcs was that the basket is smaller than the mash tun, right? So really, so the difference between the classic BrewEasy is that you have like an actual full-blown mash tun. The entire volume of the vessel can be used. What we have here is a constricted or restricted volume because of the mash basket being smaller than the kettle. There's actually space all around the outside of the vessel where all the mash water is outside where the grain is, or the mash basket is. So what I'm gonna have to do now is keep this in mind for next time, and probably adjust my calcs as a result. Go back to reverting to some more of the sparge water, right? So add the sparge water back in. That's 1 quart. 2 quarts, 3 quarts. So I'm going to add probably a gallon back in to this. And this is a lesson learned, right? This is every time you do something new for the first time, there's a learning curve, getting used to how it behaves. And this is not a horrible thing, but it's a very thick mash. So I got to probably do a better job of estimating that dead space or volume outside the basket compared to what's in it. I saw Brian at Short Circuited video from a year ago where he had done a very big grain bill, and he was talking about how he measured the volumes of the basket and all, and he used like a trash bag and some water inside the basket or something, and he did it that way. Me, I'm as an engineer, I just found the formula for a truncated cone, I think it was, for the 3D volume, and measured the basket and calculated it. And I think it's pretty good here. when it came to the water for the mash versus sparge, I need to bias it more on the mash for this vessel. Whereas that recipe that I had that you're seeing on the screen was perfect for the BrewEasy Classic or any other system aside from the Grainfather. But any vessel that's got a full-size mash tun, it would have been fine. It's just that now with the basket kind of compressing the grains into a smaller area and much of that water is outside that, it's still a little bit thick, I think. So I'm going to add another quart. Maybe maybe another half a quart, or actually 2 quarts. So this would be a gallon and a half back into it. So I'll have to watch this video myself later in recording and take note of that so I can make adjustments on my equipment profile for this, right? And I'll make adjustments on the profile. It'll be good. Yeah, there we go. I think that will be good. So I think this will do it. I think that will do it. All right. So now the other thing I need to do now is to add in the sparge arm, the mashing arm. So this is the vessel. The work is recirculated down into the bottom, and these. I don't know if I can show that to you here, maybe in this view, where the water will come out of. So put this in here, slide it into its little slot there for it, right? It sits right in there. And what I'm about to do now for the first time is see what happens when I go ahead and turn this bad boy on. So let me see here. So my mash temperature is 154. I'm doing a single infusion mash. So I want to change this to 154 on the Brew Commander. All right, and set it to auto. And then I'm going to open the pump again. And I'm going to have to adjust the flow actually here. Now I just saw the liquid drop here, come through here, and now it's actually filling up the flow meter already. So I know there's no air in there to bleed, right? So what I'm going to do, cross the fingers, hit the pump button. All right, so now okay, so that's way too much of a flow rate, I think. And according to the user guide, they recommend a 3/4, I think it's a gallon, yeah, gallons per minute. So they want it roughly down here. And there's this little gadget here, which is kind of neat. It kind of tells you the flow rate. So, and it's real sensitive. As I turn the linear valve, it will jump up and down. And let's try that. So that's about 1 gallon per minute, roughly. It's kind of cloudy at the minute. It's kind of hard to see exactly where the top of this little plunger is. But you get the water in here, kind of showing the jets working here, right? And maybe I want to add another quart of the sparge water. So maybe sparge water is not so important in this vessel as I thought it was. This is interesting. All right, so that's yet another quart, right? I think that's plenty for this. And I probably could fit much of the rest of the volume in here, probably too, of the sparge water, but I want to sparge also to improve my my mash efficiency a little bit on here to see if I can get it up above, well, I think I estimated 70% mash efficiency on here. Not having brewed on it before, it's just a number I thought I'd shoot for in my recipe. So we'll see if I shoot past that or not later here. But turn this up a little bit more. There we go. Yeah. So we'll see how that goes. Let's see how that goes. Okay, so that's going. This lid is on the back of here. It's okay, but for me working from behind, it's kind of in my way. I'm going to move this lid out of the way. Don't need it right now. Well, I don't really need it. I actually want to keep an eye on the mash. I don't want to put the lid on. I actually want to see what's going on throughout this first brew day to see how it's behaving, how it's clarifying, how it's settling, right? So that's going. And our mash time is going to be 60 minutes, which is a default. What we could do to save a little time today, like I said when I started, I want to save a little time for you all this time. I'm going to do a starch test. Now I haven't done a lot of those in my videos. Probably the last one I think I actually filmed was several years ago when I was still using my my 2 or 3 vessel cooler system, right? And I was pouring some iodine and getting a sample of the mashed wort and doing a starch check on it. I haven't done that in a while. I might do that just to speed up our day. But for now, I'm going to let this go. Let me check on the temperature here. I have it set for 154. It's actually 153 according to the probe. Now, one of the differences, and I've been asked to, as I go along, to try to compare the BrewEasy Compact to the BrewEasy Classic. So I will try to do some of these comparisons as I go. And one of the comparisons I have right now, it was, hold on a minute. The pump's going, 53, 54. Okay, so it's doing well. What was I going to say? Something about the comparisons between the two. So I'll keep that in mind as I go. So one of the first differences in summary again was the BrewEasy Classic, the full-size kettle with the false bottom. The volume of the kettle is the volume of your mash, the max, right? Again, and compared to the BrewEasy Classic, where you have the mesh insert basket, it's smaller again in size. There's a lot of liquid volume outside of the basket, which you need to account for. So if you're shooting for, let's say, a grist ratio of like 1.5 quarts per pound, like I do by default, apparently, as you saw, that was not enough. It's got to probably be at least 2 or more. So I had to add some more water in to make up for the volume of the wort, or the wort outside the volume of the basket. So lesson learned. Not a problem with the BrewEasy Classic. So that's maybe one minor drawback, if you want to call that, with the compact version compared to the classic version. But I mean, it's not really a big drawback as long as you account for it and you know about it. Like I just learned, next time it won't be a problem, right? So it looks like you guys can see in there pretty well. Let me just zoom in here on on this view. So you can't see me, but you can hear my voice, right? So yeah, so you can kind of see a little bit better here. I can always see some churn in there. Now I think I'm going to stir this every like 10 or 15 minutes or more, just to make sure all the grain, there's no channeling going on. And I think that's also what the instruction guide said to do as well, right? So every so often I will come in here, right, and kind of just stir up the basket a little bit and do this. Yay. Honestly, it probably could use a bit more water. So for my own note and for yours, of course, as well, being live, I'll watch this again in the stream in post. I'm going to add another quart to this. The mash seemed a little thick, honestly, for my personal preference. And thick mashes result in lower efficiencies for the mash efficiencies, right? So I just want to make sure that everything's doing good. Now it's not flowing again. See that? Yeah, I just noticed that the little nozzle jets were not shooting out any wort, and I noticed on the here. Let me switch views again. You guys can't see. Sorry. On the front, on this flow meter, the little flow ball dropped all the way down. So obviously it quit flowing. So I am probably going to just leave it like that for now. I think it's, what is that? 3/4. Yeah, so it's right where they want it to be. 3/4 of a gallon per minute. So this is the recommended setting. I'm going to let it sit like that and see how it goes. But so far it's looking a lot better. So I'm excited. Let me wipe up a little bit here just to clean up before the next thing we do, and then I'll get to the chat and we'll start talking a little bit there, okay? Yeah, I got all this spilled water. Kind of starts to like spread across the table. Now, speaking of the table, so this is a nice aspect to the BrewEasy Compact, is I can put it right on the table. This is just a folding banquet table, 6-foot banquet table. I was kind of hoping it would hold the weight. Apparently, it seems to be doing just fine. And in the past, my larger brew systems, because of the height and the fact that you gotta pull a big mash basket out and like, so the spiked solos like that, right? You have to, the big mash basket has to come out and rest. The BrewEasy Classic is double stacked. It's kind of tall, so I can't really put this on a table, all right? Because I'll be trying to lift stuff from the spike or trying to get inside the Classic. So I have both of those on rolling kettle carts by Blichmann that roll around. I did a video on that a while back as to how I have a mobile brew house where everything you see here is on wheels and can be repositioned however, right? And but it's kind of nice to have a tabletop where everything's just kind of there and everything's right there. So this is kind of nice, honestly, for a change. And let me see here. I think oh yeah, so it overshot a little bit, but it looks like it's gonna stop heating. So it's at 156. I wanted 154, but it seems like it's gonna come down probably just fine. It's still recirculating. The flow meters. Is something beeping? Oh, it's just probably saying it's too hot. I don't know. I just heard a beep. Anyway, let's take a look at some of your questions here. Let's do some chatting because the mash is underway, just like I promised. And that was probably the fastest start to mash that I've done so far on live stream. So I hope you're okay with all of that. All right, so let me switch cameras again. Let me go. Well, actually, no, I think this view is probably okay, eh? Oh, and before I get there, so so what did I add? I added 3 gallons. No, I added almost 4 gallons, 3 3/4 gallons. Then I added 2 more, 3.5. Then I added a third, 3 3. No, it was 3 3/4 to start with. Almost 4 gallons, 3 3/4. So that would have been like 4.5 total gallons, I guess. Again, I'll have to come back and watch this stream again to remind me. Because for some reason I can't seem to pay attention well enough to remember these things. So I think it was more like 18 quarts at least. And that was, well, 165, I guess. That's what I heated it up to. All right. And now, again, because I want to be good in all my record keeping, I'm going to wait a few more minutes for this to settle and stabilize, and then I'm going to do a mash pH reading to get the mash pH. But for the time being, it's fine. Usually you want to wait about 15 minutes, I think, normally, before you do a pH reading in your mash. So make sure everything's stabilized and circulating right. So just going to let that sit. And now we can get back to some questions here. Let me save this. Let me pull up the chat. Oh boy, you guys got a lot of comments in here. Oh man. Let's see. Let me take a look here. Okay, now I'm back to where I was before. All right. Okay, yeah, again, welcome everyone again. For those who are just joining after I welcomed you all earlier. You got Peter Stevens coming in from Auckland, New Zealand. All right. Hey, welcome. Live from cannabis country, Humboldt, California. All right, welcome. 20. Okay, so you guys corrected me on some of the wattages or whatever. That's great. Awesome. Thank you. Lawrence Kurt Pick, welcome. How you doing there? Thanks for joining again. East and the Beast. All right. Christine Chamber. Again, you like all the camera angles? I'm trying new things here because every time I do a stream, I kind of regret something about it, right? It's like, oh man, I should have had another camera, or the one camera view I had wasn't that great. And then it's like, where do I position my studio, my laptop with all the oh, here, you know what? This is interesting. Since we got some time to kill, let me go back to OBS, and I'm going to turn on, oh, come on, multi-view, turn on the cam. All right, so what I have here, I should, hold on a minute. Takes a minute for the, oh, it's software, right? I'm going to turn on, there we go. Aha, you should be seeing this. Hello, this is my mobile cam, right? So what I, so all right, so what I got here, if I back up a little bit here, right? So this is my setup today. I have my my laptop, right? And my chat is there, and I got my preview studio software there. I got USB connections and headphone jack connections, and I got network jack connections. I got all kinds of stuff back here going on. I got my lav mic and my previews. So I'm using my garage TV as a preview for all the different views. So all I got to do is click or double click on any of these views, and they instantly get sent to you. It makes it a lot easier for me to see the angle that you're seeing from across the room now, as well as making as in quickly finding the right view as well, right? So that's what I got going on. So let me just turn that back off again for the moment, and I'll come back to that later again, as throughout the day, so I can get the close-up shots and things that you all may want to see. Hopefully that will work out good. Trying a new arrangement again. I don't think I've done a live stream the same way twice in ever. So it's always a learning experience, and then you're like, oh, I need a new cable. Oh, this cable's too short now. I need a new whatever doohickey. Oh, Amazon tomorrow, overnight shipping. That's what I had to do for this today too. I had to get a much longer HDMI cable from one of my cameras to my laptop, for the main camera, by the way. Got a hello from Slovenia. Welcome. That's a long way. I'm glad you can join us. Thanks for joining. Let's see, and some comments here. Hold on, let me double check, make sure things are going smoothly again. That seems to be stabilized. Yeah, I think we're stabilized. I'll take a pH sample in just a couple more minutes though. And oh, you know what? I didn't put a timer on. Darn it! For the didn't put a timer on for the mash. So let me go ahead and put a timer on for the mash. Now it's probably been going for at least 5 minutes. I'm going to set it for 50 minutes, maybe. Just because it's probably been more than 5 minutes probably by now, right? I'll put it on for like 50, and I'll check it out of here. Got like bees in here now because they like the sugary smell of the wort. I know. I don't blame it. Ah, it smells so good. Oh, I love this. This is the best, probably the best part of the brew day. Maybe the hop additions are maybe the like close second, or maybe it's the first. But those aromas are awesome. Wish you all could be here to smell this. Anyway, I'm gonna give this another small stir again. It seems to be channeling a little bit because I don't have enough volume probably to cover those jets. But just want to make sure it all gets in there. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, nice. Still looking good. All right. Get back to some more of these here. Straight port. No, I think the question about the tangential port. Okay, so this model, I guess I don't know if it's the standard. I think it might be for the compact BrewEasy. But yeah, so you have your main port in front, obviously, right? You have the recirculating port that comes up and over and down into the wort, and then this is the whirlpool port that has this little bent arm kind of going this way, counterclockwise, into the thing to circulate. So you can't do both at the same time. I don't know why you'd want to, right? So when we're done later, we'll disconnect this one and plug it into this one again after we're done mashing, and get it circulating at the end to whirlpool all the the trub into a cone, right before we rack later. So that's what we're going to do later. But for now, looks pretty good. Let's see here. Questions, comments. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, shoot. Sorry, guys. I clicked the button. Some kind of ad button that popped up that says, click here. I clicked there. You're probably seeing an ad right now, and I didn't mean to do that. My apologies. Just wait for it. Dang it. There's no way to undo it either. Shoot. Sorry, y'all. Let's see. Oh, Christine says, Larry, you're going to get some steps in today. You're just walking around the table. Well, and this is one of the reasons why I have to think really hard about doing a live stream because of that, right? It's like so much easier to not do a stream. It's so much easier just to brew. I mean, even when you shoot footage for produced videos, it's a pain in the butt, right? Because you got to stop, go get your camera, line everything up. The brew days go extra long, right? The live streams save on that a little bit because you're not constantly moving. Well, you're kind of moving some cameras around. I'm trying not to do that, but one of the drags about this is that in order for you all to see everything from these camera views, I got to bend over backwards and do all kinds of gymnastics so you can see everything with me working from behind the kettles or around the kettles. And yeah, I'm going to get a lot of steps in, and that does tire me out for sure. Oh, VCB says, did he explain why he's not doing a full volume mash over the increase? Yes, I explained that earlier. There was two reasons. One was to increase efficiency by sparging. The other was that my grain bill said it was on the verge of overflowing the mash basket, which apparently it didn't. So I need to go back and look at my equipment profile and my calculations to figure out what the difference was. But those are my two fears, is that I have a sort of a mid-range grain bill, right? Or even you can say on the lower end. And I wanted to see, because I will be brewing heavier beers with larger grain bills in this fixed size system. So I wanted to just know what the process was going to be like for that later. So I just went ahead and went from the no sparge brewing right to the sparge version of it right out of the gate, because I know I'll be doing that in the future, and I wanted to start doing that anyway, just out of habit probably. Because when you start doing no sparge batches with sparge batches on the same device, you're going to get different efficiencies, which means you're going to your recipe calculations are going to be off. You're going to get either a weaker beer or a stronger beer, right? And I don't like all that variance. I've been dealing with it for 5-6 years now, since I started getting away from my DIY system that was dialed in perfectly for 15 years, whatever, right? I knew exactly what I was going to get out of this thing. I would predict stuff, measure, exact, right? And ever since I started going down this whole road of trying out new pieces of equipment, it's been a roller coaster of frustration ever since. Trying to get consistency when you're always using a new brew system in a new way and a new recipe every time I brew. So I don't want to sound like I'm crying here, because I'm not complaining about having all this extra gear. It's just that it does cause a little bit of chaos and churn when you're trying to stabilize your brewing process, when you're always starting over again every time you add a new gadget or a new system or a new way of doing something. I'm hoping to get to doing a consistent process here. So for the BrewEasy Compact, again, my process will always be to sparge, because I'm going to have to do it on larger grain bills. I don't have to be screwing around with adjusting my mash efficiencies and trying to guess at what it's going to be every time. So that's why, mainly, but also for some efficiency. And it's not too small for this recipe, but for future ones, it may be. Again, my first time using it, I do not know, and that's part of the risk here. My next video or two, or sometime in the future, I'll be showing up here just like a magician, just doing tricks, and everything's perfect and everything's executed flawlessly. But right now, live stream, first time using something, this is how it is. I'll get back to some questions in just a minute here. Let me take a look again at what we got going on. That's still looking good. That's still looking perfect. It's 154.1, and I have it set for 154, so it's right on the nose. I'm going to get a sample for let's see, I can probably get a sample out of this thing here. I'll get a little sample here. So this is going to be for the mash pH. Do I need to do, I actually get more. I actually need to get more. Whoops. That's probably plenty. So I got a pH meter off to the side. I'm going to just let this cool and test it in a few minutes. And I'm going to give this a stir while we're at it too. So come over here. Yeah. So yeah, I've never. I generally have avoided these kind of brew systems with the mesh baskets in them. Largely because to me they're a pain in the ass to clean compared to what I do otherwise. And a lot of that's really more to do with my brew space and lack of a wash tub to spray and clean the thing. I don't have a water supply in my garage. Don't have a drain, don't have a water supply. I don't have a big wash basin to spray every little bit of grain and get all that mesh cleaned up. If I did that in my kitchen sink, I might be divorced. Because of the mess and the spray and the splatter that makes all over your kitchen. So I prefer, generally speaking, I prefer systems with the false bottoms and such, and they're much easier to hose out with a garden hose and just dump in your grass, right? And you're done. So one of the downsides, from my opinion about having a mash basket is, again, it's harder to clean. I'm all about simplicity now. Now they counter that cleaning chore with the heating element under the kettle in the service edition here, right? So it offsets it, right? So that's great. So that's another comparison between the BrewEasy Classic and the BrewEasy Compact. The BrewEasy Classic has the option now with the surface kettle of being easy to clean in the kettle and easy to clean in the mash. Whereas this is kind of a mixed bag. You have the mesh basket, which is to me harder to clean for my space than that full-size kettle there. And so, but I'll see. And, I mean, fortunately, I'm brewing here still in the late summer, and I have access to my hoses, to my outdoor water supply. So washing the basket today isn't going to be an issue. Right, I'll just bring the basket out to the side, spray it, hose it down. But when it comes to the colder weather months, when I turn off my water supply and the only water I have is from inside my house, going back and forth between the kitchen and all that, that's probably when I would be a little frustrated with it. So it depends on where you live and how easy it is for you to clean your gear near where you're brewing. That's entirely user dependent. It depends on you, right? Not the system as much. Let's see. So, what else we got here? Yeah, I can't read all this stuff. God, you guys are crazy. I have a question here from Christine. Larry, will you adjust your recipe to reflect additional water you add to the mash? And how will that affect your sparge? Well, yeah, that's what I was saying. So I may have already answered that in commentary, but yeah, I'm going to take notes and then adjust it and work going forward. Who knows, in the future, I may have miscalculated on the vessel, between the 10-gallon kettle, which is all 10 gallons, or is it the mash basket is something like 7 gallons. I have to look at my spreadsheet I have. I did some measurements and stuff and looking into that. So, oh, I got a $10. Oh my goodness, $10 from Northwest Small Batch Brewing. Cheers, thanks a lot. Yeah, and actually, this is a good segue into the topic of me not having a beverage in my hand. I have to go down to my basement to go get me a drink, which takes me off camera. I don't have any jugglers here to entertain you all, like somebody, Chad, Clay, whoever. So I think I'm gonna have to take you along with me, huh? So let's make sure that this thing is going fine by itself. I'm going to take you along for the ride. So here, let me come back here, And let's see, I gotta go back to my profile, turn on the cam. Okay, see. So hopefully you can see me on the mobile cam. Oh, actually, no, you can't yet. Hold on a minute. See, this is why I do this. Ah, here we go. Now you can see me on the mobile cam. So this is my cell phone, as you probably can see here. Hello. So this mobile cam is on my phone. It's wireless. It's got a lag and a delay. So as I go down to my bar, you're going to see video because my Wi-Fi I have a mesh network in my house, so I can get constant Wi-Fi access. So you wouldn't have a problem seeing that, although it'd be a little laggy. But what you're not going to get is my audio all the way down, because the range of my wireless lav mic is blocked by walls and stairs and doors and stuff. So come along, I'll take you for a little walk with me as you go downstairs and toast the $10 I got from Northwest Small Batch Brewing. Thank you very much, and let's go do this. Yeah. All right. So actually, you know what? Actually, it'd probably make more sense to just go to the full cam, huh? There we go. Full size view. All right, let's go. All right. In here. Hey. Downstairs. Down. Oh. Let's see. Light on here. Oh, yeah. Audio back by now. All right. Okay. All right. Let's switch back to views here. Let's go back to auxiliary cam 1. All right. So now I'm back at it. So cheers, Northwest Small Batch Brewing. Thanks for the tip. Appreciate it. Ah, delicious. Absolutely delicious. Oh, so good. This is that pre-prohibition lager I had brewed last, and still tasty. Yeah, that's good. I love this stuff. It's kind of the condensation on the glass. It's hard to see it now, but very cool. All right. Das Me is asking a question. I'm sure somebody already answered. I'm brewing an English nut brown ale. I haven't done one of those in a few years, not since my 2019 Brothers Brown video I had done. That's been a while. A comment from Brew says that last live stream was epic with the impromptu drunken groundhog chase. Yeah, that was something. Just weird stuff happens when you're out in your garage doing live streams with cameras rolling. I mean, stuff's not rolling. Stuff usually doesn't happen. Cameras rolling, stuff happens. It's just funny. All right, so the audio came back in the stairwell. Yep, thanks, Harold. Appreciate it. Yeah, beer walk. Yeah. I figured, I get this mobile camera, mobile phone with the mobile camera app on it that connects to my studio software. I figured, it's wireless. I can take it anywhere as long as I'm in range. And speaking of that that groundhog clip, I mean, I used my phone for that. I just put on the little mobile thing, went outside to go find the groundhog in his engine, and that was kind of funny, right? Uh, yeah, Rob, my basement ceiling isn't that low. Yeah, it's just a standard height basement, and they put a drop ceiling in it before I moved in, which lowered it even more, right? But probably not all that much more in total because all the plumbing and drain lines all run under those joists too, and I'd be bumping into them if I didn't have the drop ceiling to remind me how low it was, right? So yeah, it's all right. Um, my split batch for the pre-prohibition ale, yes, it wasn't intended to be a split batch. It just ended up that way because for those who didn't see that video, who are just tuning in here for the first time and didn't see that, what happened was is that I was absent-minded, and I started to rack from the fermenter into my kegs without gelatin finding. So my first keg of beer was plain unfined beer, and then I realized my mistake right after I locked it down, and like, darn it. So my next keg and two, or my next two kegs, I had a 5 and a 2 gallon kegs. Those I gelatin fined, and that's what this one is. This is the gelatin fine one, and although you can't see it because of the glare from the condensation that keeps showing up on it, it's so it dropped clear, but the taste was it was like the bitterness and dryness came through more, I believe, and made it I don't think Clay much liked it. I actually like it this way. I mean, this is, I think, how the style was supposed to be. But then we tried the unfiltered version, the ungelatin fine version, and although it was hazy because it had only been in the keg for a couple of weeks, it had a much more well-rounded flavor to it, which was enjoyable. I actually think it actually does taste maybe better, maybe than this in some ways. It just depends on your palate, right? Um, all right. So, oh, Smoky Ribs is in here. That's Russ down there. He's got his own YouTube channel. He does a lot of things more than barbecue. You know, he's down there. You're down there in Louisiana, right? I think. He does a lot of seafood boil videos, big crawfish boil videos, man, and it's actually really cool, that kind of stuff he does. We don't do that here in the Midwest, right? Because where do you get that? It's not a common thing to go shopping for around here. But yeah, he's got some good content on his channel. Oh, Mississippi. Sorry, I knew it was down by the down there somewhere down by the in the south. I just had a brain fart when I said that. Well, welcome. Thanks for joining again, of course. Um, so yeah, so he's not in Louisiana. Yeah, he's in Biloxi, Mississippi. Okay, so we got 45 viewers watching currently. We're actually we're watching me. Let me go back because I know you guys just don't want to stare at me. So let me go back to the main. Actually, no. Let's go back to that view maybe because that's all that's really going on. Oh, hold on. There you go. That view. So it's going all right. You think? I don't know. Let's see. Let's go. Oh, hold on a minute. I gotta fix the upper right quadrant. Whenever I have that phone turned on. There we go. So, what do we do, guys? Should I do a pH reading finally? Yeah. All right. So, hold on here. I got to do a little bit of work first here. I got to get that staged up. So I got this. Okay. All right. So, off camera. Oh crap. Hold on just a minute. Am I on camera there? Yeah. All right. So, right before I started the video, I had already calibrated my pH meter, so I wouldn't have to spend the time to do it live. Again, trying to save time for everyone here. So I'm going to turn this on and give it a rinse. And then I think I haven't done a pH read in months, so let's see how does this work. First of all, is it cool down? Actually, you know what? Let me verify that it's below like 90 degrees. Well, it's like 85 degrees. I think that's probably pretty safe to take a measurement, right? Let's see. Let's do a measurement. Oh, oh, 5.3, 5.27, 5.23, 5.21. Oh, wow, this thing really dropped. Wow, 5.2. That was like way more, well, not way more, but it was more than I expected. So maybe I didn't need the lactic acid addition after all. So that's something to take note. And this is why it's important to take these readings, because the software that you use to calculate these things, it's not always right. Right? It's just an estimate. It's a prediction based upon some assumptions and stuff that may not be true. So what I'm going to do then is take note of that after I watch this video later, that it was 5.2. So if I go back to the video, or not video, my spreadsheet, I'm going to record in mash was actually 5.2, which isn't too bad. I think that's still in a safe range, right? Right, and mash actual 154. There we go. So I'm putting information in my spreadsheet as I go. My sparge water, when I add it, is going to be a little less than it was, right? Because I added an extra gallon, basically. I took it out of the mash, put it back into the, took it out of the lauter ton, put it back into the mash ton. These terminologies and terms. You know, this is kind of fish out of water kind of thing, right? Because like I was saying earlier, you know, going back 23 years, I started brewing, well, extract brewing, but then I got into the all grain stuff. And then back then, the only real practical advice, or really any advice back then, was that, oh, well, you have to do it like a traditional 3-vessel system. You got the hot liquor tank, then you got the mash tun, then you have your boil kettle, and you needed burners and pumps or gravity, tearing it down and everything, and all this stuff. And this is years before any of this almost and all in one kind of stuff came around. So you really had no choice. And then I think the first brew system I saw that addressed that space and all that gadget stuff was the original Blichmann BrewEasy over here, right? And it was like a 2-vessel rim system. I'm like, wow, I never heard of that before, you know? And it always fascinated me for years until I finally got one, right? And but you know, the only other almost the one system that I have aside from the Spike Solo and now the BrewEasy Compact, and now I guess the BrewEasy Classic could be kind of considered that as well, kind of, right? It's kind of a hybrid thing, but not, but the Grainfather was my first foray into that whole experience, and it was eye-opening that you could actually brew a batch of beer in a bag, basically, right? The whole bag concept, but brew in a basket in that case. And it was like, where has this stuff been for 12 years of my brewing career or whatever, right? So it's got some pros and cons, and I know some people don't like the fact that I went away from the cooler homegrown system and into this stuff, but I was getting kind of bored, honestly, brewing on the same system with the same limitations and frustrations and extra work that I was doing for years with a propane burner, like one propane burner, one pump, 3 vessels, jiggering things around, and I wanted to get into step mashing. I wanted to try some new, just something new, like any hobby. After a decade or two, you kind of decide, hey, I want to try something different with this hobby, or quit the hobby entirely, do something completely different. And I didn't want to do that necessarily. I still kind of don't. I still want to keep doing this. So I kind of evolved from that homegrown system to I think the first one I said was the Grainfather. Then I think I got the Spike Solo. Then no. I went from my small 5-gallon mash tun system to my own 10-gallon mash cooler system, and then from that I went to the Grainfather, to the Spike Solo, to the BrewEasy Classic, and now this one. So they all have their pros and cons. I mean, they all do some things great, some things not so great. Some things between them don't really matter. A lot of it's personal preference and all. But aside from the brand and labeling and all that of who made what and what it does, I think the biggest the biggest enhancement, the biggest growth I've had with this hobby was going from propane to electric. Just that, right? Because running out of propane tanks, having to have backups on hand, constantly adjusting the like the throttle basically on the gas to get the temperatures to come up and down, and then you overshoot and it takes a while to undershoot. And just to have the electric brew systems with the controllers, oh man, it made this hobby so much easier. And I don't have to go get propane tanks. I don't have to constantly watch the fire. I can sit here and do this stuff. Live streaming. I was not really doing live streaming really prior to getting electric systems. If you go back and look at my videos, I don't think I started doing live streams until at least 2017, maybe. I could be wrong. The older you get, or as you get older, your memory is the second thing to go. I don't know the first. That's the joke. Get it? Yeah. Anyway. So all right. So let's go back here to the chat. Yeah, that's right, Russ. You're right on the Gulf of Mexico. Yeah, I thought you were on the coast. For some reason, I thought I was doing it. Okay. Yeah, my fault. So Harold says the wort looks good. He says his old system worked fine for him, but it was the pump edition that really changed the game for him. Yeah, the pump too. Because prior to that, I would have to lift everything, backbreaking weight. All the wort wet grains and wort in the coolers. You're lifting them up and then putting the other vessel down below it to use gravity. That was one of the other enhancements. That was nice to get a pump. You don't need a pump for everything. You could move hoses around and save a little money by just getting a single pump, which I did for a while, right? So that was a smart move on my part. So yeah, so going from gravity to a pump, going from gas to electric, and going from manual control to electric control. So part of the electric too. And it's not just the power, it's the controller that goes with the power. Really, it was the real convenience there, right? Let's see. Do I use 240 volt or 120 from OK or OZK Outdoor Brewing? Well, currently I'm using 240. I believe this comes in a 120 as well. I think it does. The BrewEasy Compact I think comes in 120. I have to double check that, but no, I'm using 240. I put a 240 system in, oh geez, 3 years ago now or more, to use with the Spike Solo that I got. That was 240. I had to have a buddy and me. We tore open the wall and put an outlet right here, so I can run a cable right over to the brew system and 240. Because when I was doing the 120 brewing on the Grainfather, although I'm a patient person, waiting an hour to get to a boil was it was a long time in your brew day. Yeah, I did things to fill the gap, like clean up a little bit or get stuff ready for the next step, sure. But even then, you run out of stuff to do. You're sitting there waiting. So when they offered me, I think the BrewEasy Compact was last month with the Surface, right? I said that would be great, and the thought of asking for a 120 version never even crossed my mind, because honestly, once I saw how much better the 240 works in terms of heating and everything, oh man, there's no going back. And if I were to move, which I hope to someday, sooner than later, I hope, I would definitely ensure I put in a 240 line wherever I go as well. Yeah. All right. So Christine says, it's funny how complicated brewing seems to have gotten. She says, I get so confused by the technical stuff, but I do love the finished product. And Harold says the Blichmann's website does not show a 120. Oh, okay. I was mistaken. You know what? Let me double check your research. Let's see. I can probably, you know what? Let's all take a look together, shall we? There we go. Okay, so y'all should be seeing the web page now. Go to home brewing, compact. The compact. I said compact, as in the old compact computer systems. COMPAQ. A lot of you probably not even remember who they were. Oh, okay. Well, okay. We're both correct there, Harold. You're right. There is no surface version at 240 or at 120, but they have a boil coil version that is 120. So there you go. So I guess we're both partially right. So there's no surface compact at 240, but there is a boil coil version. All right. Okay. So we get that straightened out. Let me go back to here, take a look at the chat window again as I toggle between different windows. All right. So yeah, the boil coil version, Harold says, would be lower wattage with one leg of power. Oh yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, and again, that goes back again to the time the heat. They have a 120 volt surface kettle. Actually, you know what? Let's go back there again while we're killing time. All right. So if we go back to their Boilermaker surface, take a look there. Come on. Don't fail me now, website. There we go. Okay. Take a look here. Boilermaker surface. So just the kettle, not the BrewEasy compact. This is just the kettle piece for those who are wanting to clarify here. And let's see here. So, okay, brew kettle with the surface. We have a 10-gallon. Isn't this the surface? I thought I had the surface on here. Oh, down here. Hey, doggies. I got some dogs here hanging out with me. How you doing, puppies? How you doing, doggies? What's up, Bill? Yeah, we're just doing a live stream.
Oh.
Just ahead of the camera.
Got my good side?
Yeah, oh yeah. You guys
I don't have a good side.
You guys may have seen this guy before.
This is my good side.
Yeah, this is good side. Yeah, this guy. He's got some good stuff. He's got oh, you know what? I'm not even showing you on camera.
Oh, good.
Oh, well, no. That's uncool. Here. You just walked away. Oh, well, anyway. You don't want to be on camera. No problem. I'll talk to you later, man. Yes, we'll see what you're doing. All right. Sorry about that. I got too many views going on here. Oops. Uh-oh. What's going on here? I lost my view. Web browser. There we go. Back to the topic. So we have 10-gallon. You can pick all these different options here. Valves, no valves, ports, no ports. But yeah, I think you're right, man. I think it is I think the surface is only a 240 volt kettle. Yeah, I thought there might have been a 120 version in here, but there isn't. So that's up to you. I personally think the surface version is way better than a regular kettle with a boiler coil for the very simple reason of cleaning afterwards. And again, for me, putting a 240 volt circuit in definitely makes that worthwhile for me as well. Because one of the problems, and this is where I was going, one of the problems with the 120 volt, just on any circuit, right? But they have a 120 version that requires a 20 amp outlet. You know, it's the outlet with the little tangs, so it's got like the two little lines for your plug, but then there's this little side notch on one of them. That's a 20-gallon. I'm sorry, a 20 amp version that that requires a 20 amp outlet, which means a 20 amp wire or a 10 or 12 gauge wire back to your box, right? In order to use it at its full capacity. And I don't have any 20 amp outlets in my house. They're all standard 15 amp outlets. So the power would be reduced even further. So I would recommend, if you are going to get the surface kettle, to get the 240 as well. I think it's worth it. And I'm talking, my throat's getting dry. So let me do this. So Prue says he's got Blichmann G2 kettles and they have served him well for his 40 or so brews so far. Oh yeah, they're fine. I mean, there's not a whole lot that can be said about a brew kettle, right? I mean, the biggest difference is, do you do copper? Copper's an option, expensive. Aluminum, like I did for years, which worked great. because it's low cost and you can get a big kettle for cheap for them, or stainless steel, which is, I guess, the gold standard because they're hard and hard to scratch and easy to clean, all that stuff. Beyond that, it's like it's just really your accessories, the options, the number of ports. Does it have a whirlpool port? Does it have a temperature probe port? Do you even need one for a boiler kettle? No, you don't, unless you're also going to mash in it, right? So all those differences are out there. I got my spike kettle. The spike kettle was my first stainless steel kettle. That was for my 10-gallon system that I made, and it was great. It cost me several $100s, right? But it was great, you know. And so are the Blichmann G2s. Those are excellent as well. And I don't see any real difference between the two, other than maybe the volume markings. And again, I don't even use the volume markings on any kettle because they're not accurate. They're not. And because I maintain a Brew software that I'm trying to share with people, I want to try to make sure I get accurate measurements when I do stuff, to make sure that my own calcs and my spreadsheet are working correctly. And the sight glass on the Blichmann G2 is not accurate, right? In the fact that on my 20-gallon G2, it's only accurate. Now it goes from like a few gallons to like 20 gallons on the sight glass, but it's only accurate around the 10-gallon mark. You go below the 10-gallon mark, it biases it like almost a whole gallon off towards the bottom. And at the max, it's almost 1 gallon off at the top. And that's because the way they make any kettle, it's a drawn process where they take a sheet of metal and they put it through a die, basically, to extrude it to a certain depth. And in order to do that and to remove the piece out of the die, they have to have a taper on the walls, right? And that taper changes from the bottom of the kettle to the top. So, right? So like this, I don't know if it's by design, but coincidentally with the Blichmann kettles, it's right around like the halfway mark is where you're at. So if you fill up higher than that or lower than that, you're going to be off on your measurements. The spike one, I have to remember what I did with the spike, but it's off a little bit too. And I don't know, I can't remember exactly how, because it's been a while since I checked it. But what I've done as a workaround is come up with my own little dipstick of, like, I just go to the hardware store, get a long piece of aluminum or stainless steel strip stock, and it takes a while, but I went through and added and accurately measured 1 gallon volume at a time and marked off the tick marks for 1 gallon, 5, 2, 3, and all the quarter gallon increments. So when I do a measurement, it's accurate, right? But aside from those differences between the tick marks on the inside of the wall and the sight glass, I think they're both pretty much good kettles, right? So Harold says he can't get a surface for his BrewEasy because he's got the biggest one, the 30-gallon size, and they don't make a surface for that size of pot yet. I don't know if I don't know what their plans are for the large sizes, right? I don't know is there a power limitation? I think it uses the same 240 volt, 30 amp plug, right? I think. Yeah. Anyway. So okay, got a comment from Gary Lynn. He says, Larry, he's got a 20 amp 110, but I put in my workshop in some parts of the house. But yeah, most houses don't have them except for maybe kitchen areas. Yeah, that's true. So yeah, that's correct. Thanks for the confirmation. Russ Park says he remembers when brewing was simple, and it still can be. I mean, for example, here I'm just doing a single step infusion mash. I'm not doing anything fancy. Right? I mean, I could be doing this in a gas kettle with a brew in the bag, right? So let me go back over here, right? So we have, and I'm thinking about doing this sometime maybe this winter or fall, but I wondered, because I did a cost roll up of what this actually would cost today compared to some other similarly sized systems. And man, so one of the downsides is the sticker shock, right? I was like, wow, how much for all of this and all this? And honestly, to be fair, a big cost is the Blichmann. What the hell was that? the biggest cost is the Blichmann Brew Commander. No, I think it's almost $400, I think, maybe, give or take. Not cheap, right? So that's a huge percentage of all this. And then I was thinking, well, hey, what if I just got the kettle, just the surface kettle with the surface element in it, right? And you don't necessarily need a flow meter. You don't necessarily need some other stuff or a mash basket. You could just get one of those nylon or brew in the bag bags and just do a regular brew in the bag using the surface kettle only, right? And you use a pump to recirculate, I suppose, but is that even required? I mean, you heat it up, you put the stuff in. Thanks to the element, it's not going to melt the bag like a boil coil or any other heating element would, right? But you definitely want recirculation for the efficiency and extraction. So maybe you see, okay, so a pump is still needed, but you probably just basically buying a pump, you're buying a kettle, and you're buying a brew bag and a controller again. Remember, so you got to keep that in mind. Cost of the controller, it's still a big part of this, but yeah, we'll see. So you know what? I haven't stirred this in a while. This does look pretty clear, but I just realized I've been talking for like ever, and I haven't really done my due diligence to stir this up and make sure I'm getting all the extraction out of there that I want. All right, so we'll see. Push all that wort back, all the grain back under the level there. All right, we'll see how that goes. Keep that going. Time for a sip on my beverage. Some more comments here. Oh, okay. Remember when brewing is simple? Yeah. Oh, Brew came at, okay, so the Brew Commander is around $400. Okay, so that's good to know. The element may melt the bag. Maybe. Blichmann says that it should not. So the only way to know is to try it, right? So maybe I will. Maybe I will get a nylon bag or some other form of brew in the bag. I got some bags in my drawer back here I can probably use for a test batch and give it a shot. It's so I think one of the advantages of the underneath kettle heating, right, is that heat is being distributed more evenly across the entire surface of the whole bottom of the kettle, right? Whereas with the elements, it's just on the elements and it's a much smaller surface area. So it's going to be hotter, much hotter contact surfaces than if you had it distributed across the entire bottom surface area. So I would expect it to not be, but one other, speaking of things melting, so one of the other uses that I'm going to use this surface kettle for, either the larger 20-gallon one or the smaller 10-gallon one, depending on on how big of a party I'm going to have. But I'm going to do some sous vide cooking on this thing, right? And now, if you watch a couple past videos, I've used the BrewEasy Classic here to do some prime rib roasts or steaks, roasts of all kinds, an Italian beef roast. I've done stuff like that, and because the lower element had the boil coil or the heating element in there, and the same for the spike as well, you know, they have the heating elements inside the kettle. I didn't want my vacuum sealed bags coming into contact with them, right, and melting. So with the BrewEasy Classic, I actually had the hot water under here, and I had the sous vide temperatured water up here with my bags floating in the safe mash tun, which had no heating elements nearby at all. It was just hot water, right? So now I was thinking, now I don't even need that anymore because I'm not using the kettle with the boil coil. I'm using the one with the surface element on them here and here. I'm looking forward to doing some roasts this fall, or some large piece of meat cooking on here of some kind, and we're going to see how that goes. I'm looking forward to that because the problem with having to do it on the two-stage BrewEasy with with the boil coil in it was that I had to have a lot more water to cover the coils and have the water up here for the sous vide. I had to add a lot of water. But going down to just one kettle, or just the one kettle, either one you use, it's a lot less water to have to fill and drain, right? That's all. And the heat, of course, right? So cool. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, service would definitely be better. So we're in that lull, guys. We're just killing time. According to this, I got 2.5 minutes left, but before my 50 minutes is up. At this point, there really is no point in doing an iodine conversion test other than just to confirm. I'm not going to really save any time because I've been talking this whole time and trying to get. Oh shoot! You know what I didn't do? Ah, damn it! I didn't put my chocolate malt grains in, so now I do have to mash another 10 minutes, probably more. Versus, here I am, gift the gab, talking my ass off, and I had not at all. Yeah, darn it. Apologies here. This is why I need a partner on these brew days. This is why I need an assistant brewer or a cameraman or something, camera person, whatever. Let's see here. All right. It's only 4 ounces of pale chocolate malt, and it's pale chocolate malt, not the regular darkerly roasted malt. Oh, that smells good too. Oh man. All right, I'm gonna put that in there. I totally forgot to add that in. It's primarily for color, but as well as a little bit of flavor. But it's a crisp pale malt, not a traditional heavily roasted malt. It's a little lighter roasted. I don't want this tasting like coffee and stuff. Oh, it smells so good. Oh, it smells like coffee right now, even though it's not supposed to taste like it. It smells great. Oh man. Oh, here, you know what? Let's get you a little closer on that one. Let's go to this camera view. Get a bigger screen. Oh man. Get this. Look at that. Oh man, guys. This looks really good. All right. Let's make sure I get it stirred in there really good. Okay. All right. Make sure everything's back in the mash. So the flow meter's still going. All right, everything's humming along. Now, because I'm an idiot and forgot to add that in there, I'm going to go ahead and add, I don't know, what, another 10 minutes, you say, to this. So another timer for, say, another 10 minutes. Just to make sure, because I don't know, some people say like 15 minutes, but I think 10 minutes is enough to steep and soak, right? Oh man, that smells so good. Oh, so good. All right. Okay. So, all right. So I got a timer going. You know, it's going there. So, I'm just a dumbass because I'm distracted having fun with y'all fine folks and not paying attention to my, oh, there you are. Missed you, buddy. Almost left them behind. So, here we are. All right. So, yeah, some dark greens in there. Yes, I do. Zach Pearson, welcome. Zach says as much as he likes to get a brew day done quickly, every time I rush a brew day, I have a bad time. I've been a hippie Zen brewer these days. Just go with the flow, man. No, yeah, I totally agree. And normally I do. It's just that because I'm trying to get what most people think is a marathon. Well, it is like a marathon live stream. I think the last one I mentioned earlier that I think the one that Clay and I and my neighbor Dan did back in July. That thing went for at least 7.5, almost 8 hours, right? And it was a blast. But I'm just thinking of of myself as a person watching someone else's live stream. Who's got time for 7.5 hour stream, right? I mean, I found time to like host one, which is hard, but to have the patience to want to watch one. So I'm just trying to be cognizant of everyone's time here. But you're right. Normally, if I rush things, I miss efficiencies, or I miss an ingredient, or yeah, or it's just not as fun. It's more stressful. I just like to chill out and do the same thing usually. So, what else is on everyone's questions on the BrewEasy? I got 10 more minutes before I start after doing like the next thing. And speaking, so get your questions in. I am going to enter some information here. In the meantime, I got strike water coming through the pipe. Less than 15, remember? Because I used some of that in the mash. I had to go back and add it back into the mash to get enough thinness in the mash to make me comfortable for doing the mash. And again, this goes back to being a newbie with this system, not just with the BrewEasy Compact. Again, this whole brew in the basket concept requires a little bit more finesse than just a traditional mash tun in a brew kettle, 2-vessel or more system, where the entire volumes are filled with the grains and water. Whereas in this case, with the brew in the basket kind of systems, you have a smaller basket inside the bigger kettle, and now you need to do some more math, basically, to not just estimate how much grain will fit in the basket, how much will they swell after the water absorbed, and how much water is left outside the volume of that basket in the kettle that's not being used to help necessarily mash or thin out the mash in the basket. It's a much thicker mash because you're taking, let's say, I would do a 1.5 quart per pound grist ratio. Normally in a mash tun, spin around your mash pedal, it's all nice, everything's homogeneous, it's awesome. But then imagine having to take all the grains that are in there and push them in a smaller volume in that vessel. Now it's a much thicker, denser grist ratio. And that's the kind of thing my spreadsheet that I wrote was as originally written, was never really designed to account for that nuance, right? And I'm kind of seeing it here a little bit, and it's just a lesson learned. And I had, and to be fair, I had the same problem with the Grainfather. It's the same similar type system, right? And I remember my brother and I did a clone from BYO magazine of Bell's Hop Slam recipe, and we were so excited to like brew that. But it was I mean, for a 5-gallon batch, it was like we like filled that basket to its limit with grain because it was a very thick grain bill, a very heavy grain bill. And to add to that, it was the same problem. A lot of the liquid or the wort in the vessel was outside the circumference and below the mash basket, making the grains even more compact and tight. It was really thick, almost like porridge, right? So, but anyway, use it enough times, you understand that, you kind of account for it mentally. You're like, oh, okay, I just got to remember it's not really 1.5 quarts. It's more like I'm going to have to add. It's going to be more like 1 quart or less per pound for your grist ratio, and you just got to keep that in mind. It's like, well, do I want that? Then I probably should use a 2 quart per pound grist ratio, knowing that in practice, when you get it in that little mash basket, it's going to be more like 1.5, right? You just got to think that way. And so what I should have done when I designed my recipe is, and again, I got the recipe open here. I don't know why I'm not showing this to you as a visual aid. That was kind of dumb of me to not do that before. But so I start off with a grist ratio of 1.5 is what I design, right? And but it's not, as you saw earlier, and it was very thick. So just got to account for it. That's all. Let's see. So where was I? Comments. Question, comments. 100% is Zach. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, totally, man. I mean, who wants a hobby that freaks you out? It makes you stress. That's your regular life, your day job, your home life. Everything else will stress you out, you know. But your hobbies are supposed to be your a distraction from that reality for at least a little while, right? Right, right on. So, all right. So let's see. The timer is at 3.5 minutes or so. That's looking really good. Smells good. Smells great. Oh man. Okay. All right. So now we're going to get to the meat and potatoes pretty soon, fellas, ladies and gentlemen. Or is it Z's and Zers or whatever the popular pronoun of the day is? Let's see. All right. So what do I need to do here? I don't need this anymore. This can probably go by the waste. Actually, I have to wash this out because I'm going to reuse my bucket to collect some of the runoff water when I chill later. Now, well, I'll talk more into detail once the boil gets going about what I'm going to do about chilling. I still haven't completely decided how I'm going to go yet. Blichmann had also sent me their plate chiller, their Fermentation plate chiller to use, and I have it right behind the camera here, ready to go. But I also have an array of immersion chillers, which I prefer generally over plate chillers because they're so much easier and more practical than plate chillers for the home brewer, especially for a small batch like this. But they did send one to me, and I feel like I'm almost obliged to like give it a go. But as I was doing my pre-dry run the other night, I was getting frustrated with all the cables and hoses flipping and flopping everywhere, and just like getting frustrated with it. So I kind of still want to use it just to demo it, but like we were just saying, I want to make my life fun and easy, and it was so much easier just to grab a chiller and throw it in and leaving the hoses in place than it is to disconnect and reconnect and crisscross hoses and trying to control your outlet temperature and your inlet temperatures so you don't over chill or under chill your wort or have to recycle it through again. So haven't decided yet. I'll make that decision probably in the next hour, right? As to what to do. But that's where I'm at in my head. I know what I want to do instinctively, but part of the hobby is pushing yourself and pushing boundaries a little bit to see what's possible and trying new stuff like a plate chiller, which I've never used before. So we'll see. Maybe y'all can talk me into one way or another in the chat there. Whether you want me to use the plate chiller. Oh, actually, no, not even that. What are your thoughts, actually? Since you're all watching, you can type and give me your comments. Are you a fan of any particular chilling method? Like, are you a plate chiller lover? Are you an immersion chiller lover? A counterflow chiller lover? And even if you are any one of those, do you acknowledge the cons of and pros of each of those systems, and whether or not any one is really truly better suited for home brewing? Just because one came with your system doesn't mean it's the right thing for a hobbyist like me or you, right? Oh, there's my timer. Okay. So that would say my mash is done, right? Oh yeah, that smells great. Look at that. Oh man. All right. So I think what I got to do now, come around the front, and I'm going to turn off the pump, which turns off the heating element as well. You turn the pump off on the Brew Commander, it turns off the element too. I think it's a safety mechanism, I believe. All right, so let me get my thoughts straight because I don't want to spill anymore again. I think just to be safe, I'm going to turn down this. I probably don't need to turn this down since I have this turned down, but because I want to be cautious or precautious, I'm going to go do that now, right? So I have everything here that I need. Okay, so one of the things I've already realized with the BrewEasy Classic from just doing a cleaning cycle and a sort of a wet run with water and cleaning solution is that I'm going to start disconnecting the recirculating tube here. Now, good, get the right view. I'm going to start recirculating stuff. So I'm done. I'm going to remove the recirculating stuff. So I got to remove this arm out of here, right? This arm comes out. Let's lay it down here somewhere. I'll wipe the table down and get it all cleaned up for the next thing in a minute here, right? So now I can raise the basket out of there. So let me get that going. Let's see. So this is much like any other grain basket system, right? You got the little handle there. You got hooks on the bottom of it to hang out on the edge of the kettle. This looks a lot more like the spike solo way of doing it rather than like a anvil or a grain father, which is like a lift and twist or whatever. This is actually a lift and hang. All right, so let's see. All right, so it is heavy. It's really pulling down on me there. All right. Oh, there we go. All right. You see the camera can see what you're looking at here. Let me back up here a little bit. There we go. I think that's enough, right? So I'm gonna let that drip, and since this is kind of the money shot kind of thing, I'm gonna give you guys a mobile cam view of what's going on inside the kettle. So let me go open up my mobile camera, flip over back to multi-view, turn on my camera again, transition over. Okay, so you should be seeing me here. I'm going to flip the camera around. I'm going to come up here, and you're going to be able to see this dripping in there. Hopefully, you can see all that in there. So it's hanging there too. So one of the other reasons why I didn't put the full, okay, all right. So one of the other reasons why I just remembered why I didn't put the full water volume in here for a no sparge batch is that the water that I had added earlier, which I think I might have shown briefly. I don't know if you had caught that or if I had shown it, but the water level was actually overlapping the bottom of the basket. So if I was going to drip and drain all of this, this basket is going to be submerged under the wort, which then it won't completely drip drain, right? So I think there's a limitation that we need to account for with it dripping and the wort that's in there. So right now it's perfect because it's dripping down into the kettle. It's going to drip dry and everything will be great. But I was worried about that level of wort being so high that it would actually partially submerge the basket, thus not really dripping it dry all the way. Hope that makes sense. All right, let's go back here to that version. Okay, all right. So I hope that helped. All right, so while that's drip drying, I want to sparge, right? Let's see. So I want to go ahead and get this thing here. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and pour some water in there. Make sure you guys got a good view here before I start. Just so, yeah, that's fine. All right. Where's my cameraman? Yeah, it's all right. I'll just go here. So I'm going to start rinsing the grains. I'm going to start along the back because since it's slanted this way, it's all going to start dripping that direction. So I want to start pouring along the back first. Actually, let me go this way maybe this time. Yeah, around the back wall here. All right. And this is what I had to do with the grain father as well, right? I mean, you can't fit the entire water volume in a grain father either for most grain bills. So you have to do this method with the grain father. Now, again, I may have been able to get away with my current recipe and its grain bill without doing all of this. And I could have done like a no batch version. I'm pretty sure in hindsight now. So maybe that's an option maybe in the future, as long as I keep the grain bill below a certain size. That's my guess, at least. I'll find out if I try that next time. But this is just the safer bet, just in case your calculations are off or something. I mean, and again, for like doing a live stream, I didn't want to take too much risk and shoot for the moon, not knowing what was going to happen. So I chose to do the sparge approach. And to me, this feels better, right? Because you can rinse the grains more, get a little bit more sugars out of them at the same time. Let me go along the back wall again there. There we go. Yeah, I think we're going to be doing good here. Yeah, all right. And then one more scoop, and then I'm just going to dump the rest of this in here. All right, that's one. All right, I can dump the rest in here now. All right, dump that in there. Yeah, okay. All right, so now we're done with the sparge cooler or our temporary HLT, hot liquor tank, right? All right, we'll let that drip, probably 10 minutes, let's say, right? So that's one of the other things about the mesh basket compared to like a regular mash tun, like on a BrewEasy Classic or any other, is here you're waiting for stuff to, I mean, you're waiting stuff, I guess you're waiting for it to drip also from the mash tun in your kettle, but at least you can leave it in place and let it do that. Here, even when it's done dripping, I'm going to have to lift this basket up and put it in a bucket or a tray, because it's going to continue to release liquid even after I think it's done. And that would be a mess on your floor, right? My floor, at least. So what I have is a hot water pan. This might look familiar. I got a couple of these here for use with my other bigger systems, so I can actually put my pump and all my hoses and anything that I'm going to disconnect and spill and dribble under in there. So all the spillage and drippage is caught in here, and I can just go and dump it out, or whatever. And right, so I'm going to use this, just reuse this to put the basket in off camera, which is why I'm showing it to you now before I do that. So when this is done dripping, I'm going to lift it up and just drop it into this thing off camera, honestly, and just let it sit and puddle, right? All right, so let's let that go. Let me check on the mash again here a little bit. Not mash, check on the chat here a little bit. Tongue twisted. All right. Oh, good. We got comments about chillers. Thank you. Awesome. So let's see here. I got a bit of a glare from my open garage door, sunlight reflecting off my monitor. There we go. So comments here. It says a comment from Harold Barracoy Nation. Hey, my wife is against me pushing any more boundaries with brewing. I have spent enough. Oh, that was the comment about the equipment earlier. Sorry, yeah. Bruce, he says, I use a plate chiller, but don't love it. It works very well, though. I just don't like being able to see all the crevices inside the clean. And that's my biggest problem with them, too. Well, no. Well, that's my number one problem with them. But a close second, if not a tie with like plate chillers, is they're higher maintenance. There's more work. And who wants to work in a hobby? Hobby's supposed to be fun. There's a whole process to clean these afterwards and before, right? The whole flushing, back flushing, hoping that you get everything flushed out. The recommendation to use a pre-filter before you even put your beer or wort through it, so it doesn't contribute trub and hop and cold break matter in there that can get clogged and stuck in there, right? And the whole process of having to soak and rinse it again and put the cleaner through it, forward and back, and then the sanitizer. But don't leave the sanitizer in too long, because it'll start to eat away at the inside. So then you got to flush it with some water. Well, maybe your water is not all that clean. I mean, all that sanitized. It just seems to be like, at the end of your brew day, do you really want to do all of that, or you just want to just turn off the lights and go in the house? Well, I mean, that's what you want to do, but there's enough cleaning as it is with your other equipment that you don't want to add yet another gadget to it, right? And so that's my big issue with the plate chillers as well. Um, and honestly, also, I think that they're overkill for 5 and 10 gallon batches. I mean, they're really only there for like my opinion, of course, for industrial uses, like really large batches, like 1 barrel systems and stuff, right, or larger, right? Because, for example, on this little 5 gallon batch, one of my drawbacks I'm thinking about is like, well, by the time I get the heat exchange rate between the cold water coming in and the hot wort going in and the cold wort coming out and get the temperature to the pitching temperature I want, by the time I dial all that in, it's already transferred. It's too late, right? Because it's such a small batch. It'll happen pretty fast. Um, and they say that you just recirculate it, right? So rather than going from the plate chiller in your fermenter, you just go right back into the kettle. Well, now you're recirculating, which is good because that keeps the cold break now behind in the kettle, which is awesome. That's what you want, not in your fermenter, which would normally happen if you just use the plate chiller as intended. But if you're doing all that recirculating and the lower the temperature of the batch, why not just go back to using an immersion chiller? They're cheaper, they're easier to maintain, right? They're easy to clean. So that's where I'm at on it. Anyway, so Rob Axelson says, oh, I'm sorry, I skipped over Christine. She says, I have a plate chiller, but use immersion because it's so much easier to clean and sanitize. Thank you. Exactly right. Let's see, ice baths with immersion chiller by Rob. Yeah, because you're in Savannah, right? Warmer weather, for sure. Yeah, here in the Midwest, Chicagoland, the groundwater is still pretty cold even in the summertime. I'm not using any ice chilling today. I'm just going to use whatever chiller I use. I'm going to use this room temperature water or groundwater, I should say, which is still going to be under 70 degrees. It's 65 maybe degrees even, which is fine enough. What else we got here? Some more comments here. OCK Outdoor Brewing, immersion chiller for me, primarily due to the ease of cleaning. Yeah, homebrewers have to clean enough as it is. No sense in adding more trouble to my brew day. I just said that, right? Well, you probably typed it before I said it, but still, I get it. That's what I was saying, right? No chill. Okay, so that's another option from Northwest Small Batch. He says no chill 100%. That's another option. Do it that way. Don't chill at all. Now, there's pros and cons to each of these methods, and there's cons as well as to the no chill. You think you have to adjust your recipe, especially with the hop additions, because the stuff sort of sits in there much longer, contributes more bitterness, I guess, right? You have to adjust your recipes for no chill brewing, from what I hear. Not that I've done it, to account for it. But if you account for it, yeah, that's another great way to go, right? Biracoy, Harold, I have a jaded Hydra, but it's only useful for my 5 and 10 gallon rigs. My BrewEasy is a little oversized for the Hydra. Yeah, that's right. And so that's like the transition period, right? 5 to 10 gallon batches, immersion chiller's ideal. You start going higher, okay, you maybe could use an immersion chiller for 15 gallon batch, maybe, but that's the transition from like, yeah, you might want to start thinking about another approach, right? Because you can't keep making bigger and bigger wort chillers because it's counterproductive. You get slower and slower flow rates. You need higher and higher water pressure to keep up with the same level of chilling as a smaller chiller would use. And that's where the whole counterflow heat exchange chillers like plates and counterflows actually do begin to stand out, and then they of course take over even at larger scales. So that's perfect. Yeah. So it's a little oversized for the Hydra. Yeah, well, maybe you can get Clay to make you one like this one. Yeah, so this is a pretty large diameter chiller that he had made one time for me that didn't quite work out. It was actually a little bit too big in diameter for my kettles, actually, in hindsight. So, but yeah, you can get them to make one of these for your larger BrewEasy. But even then, right, it's the economies of scale when it comes to be, or the laws of physics, more accurately, to be able to do, for an immersion chiller to be able to do those ever increasing batch sizes. Let's see here. Christine, wonder if the pH would be different since I forgot to include those chocolate grains earlier in mash. Yeah, that's true. Thank you for noticing that. I have to take a mental note of that. Yeah, would, because the dark grains, oh shoot, the dark grains would have made it even more base or even more acidic, wouldn't it? Darn it. So my pH might be a little too low, honestly, in hindsight. So that now that lactic acid addition doesn't seem so smart in hindsight. I should have, dang it, I should have, yeah. It's too late for that now, I guess. Oh, darn it. Well, again, another note in the brew sheet about what not to do next time. Thank you for that. Yeah, that's a great observation. Thank you. Oh shoot, the thing just skipped on me. The darkest green I used was Crystal 80. That's actually what I have in this. And that's one thing I didn't even go over that. I was in a hurry to get started. For those who wanted to see what was in the grain bill, man, I totally blew past this right out of the gate. So, you know what? Let's make this a little bit bigger. So what I had, what's going on here? I can't. Oh yeah, here we go. Yeah, so I had 2-row malt, 80 Lovabond caramel malt from Breeze. I had a Victory malt, which I think is important for a nut brown ale style, as well as a crisp pale chocolate malt. Again, because that's got like a lower darkness, a little lower roasted. It's supposed to give you less of that roasted barley coffee flavor because that's not part of the style. But what this does, the small amount will give me more color and a little hint of that, but not really to make it taste like a stout, right? Because it's not, right? So that's good. So yeah, and then my my hot bill is going to be, oh, come on, make this a little bit, darn it, why is my, oh well, anyway, so I have, what's going on here? There's something in my way. My taskbar is in my way. There it goes. Okay, let me make this a little bit smaller. There we go. That was a little bit too big before. So I got some Fuggle hops, traditional for the style I'm trying to brew. The homebrew shop actually had 2 different types of alpha acids, so I figured for bittering I chose the higher level one for the bittering at 1 ounce, and then I split up the other batch into half-ounce portions for both flavor and a hint of aroma. Although aroma is not supposed to be a big part of the style, I just did it anyway. Yeah, right. So we're going to do all of that. So yeah. So let's get back to my brew house. Oh, not here. Let's go back over here again so I can start doing some note taking here. So I added the balance of the sparge water here. I don't even remember what it was, but it'll total up to what I need it to do. So let's start getting that going. I want to get a guess as to how much wort was collected. That's what I need the most important, is how much did I collect? Because that's important for my calculations for gravity and IBU and all this stuff. So let's see what we got here. It looks like 6 3/4 gallons. All right, so let me punch in 6 3/4 gallons. Come on, out of the way. Let's see. Oh, I got too many apps. I'm trying to do filming on my phone as well as calculations, and text messages keep popping up and stuff, right? So 6 3/4, I said, right? Times 4, 27. So I actually got 27 at what temperature is that? Because again, my spreadsheets are accurate enough to take temperature into account compared to other systems that brew software that doesn't. So I got, this temperature is actually 137 degrees. So let me punch down there, 137. And that's going to adjust the temperature grain absorption rate. Yeah, something's not right. Something's out of whack here. Let's see. Let me take a look at my spreadsheets. 31, 70. I had, oh yeah, no, I definitely put more than 18 in there. That's probably, I don't know, it was 19 or 20 maybe. know what? I'll guess for now. And then I added the balance here, which would have been like 31, 54. Okay, yeah, so all right, so that makes more sense. I mean, I have to rewatch this later to know exactly how much I did between the sparge and the mash, but ultimately I collected 27, as I can actually see on the sight glass there. And the temperature's a little low, 2 quarts per pound. That's, wow, no, that's not right either. Dang it. All right, I'll figure this all out later. But what I'm going to start doing to save time, I'm going to start setting this to a boil. And actually, it's 150. Actually, I don't know why it's 137. I think they must be off. All right, so I turned it on a 100% boil. It's going to start heating up while this is dripping. I should have did that minutes ago, honestly. I may have done it if I was sitting here alone, focusing on the process rather than gabbing like this. But that's all right. So I got my little. Let's see here. I can get this off of there. Put this off camera. And I'm going to give this a little bit of a stir after I hose off my pad. I got to clean my, actually, I got a different paddle or a different spoon. I always have more than one spoon, right? Oh, this is dusty. Shit. I'll be right back. See, I'm out in my patio, hosing everything down with a hose. See, I don't have water in my garage. And this is the limitation of where I live. I'm sure I'm not the only one who has this problem, right? I'm sure some of you have issues with water access when you brew too. I mean, I certainly do. I've always have. Yeah, but yeah. All right. Okay, let's gonna keep you on reserve there, little buddy, for later. I'm gonna give this a stir. Actually, what the heck am I doing? I have a whirlpool arm. Let's use it, right? So oh, hold on a minute. God damn it. Why can't my mouse is not acting screwy on me? There we go. Sorry about that, man. I need a camera guy. All right. So now I was going to stir it all together so I can get a wort sample, which I probably still do a little bit. But what I want to do is move this this outlet hose from here to here. So to do that, and I know this is going to make a mess, so I'm going to put my little Pyrex cup under there. I'm going to give you probably a better angle view here. If I can zoom out a little bit more of what I'm doing. Okay. And now I'm going to probably get in your way here a little bit because I need to do this up front. So I'm going to turn that off, turn this is off. This is all off. And I got that for the drip. This is off, that's on, that's okay. Now this is going to spill. It's going to be not cold either. It's going to be a little hot. All right. There we go. Hey, I caught it. Caught it all. Didn't spill. Now I'm spilling. Well, now I'm spilling something, but that's not really the big problem. So there we go. All right. All right. I'm gonna lock you down. Open you all up. All the way. All right, there, everything going. Pump. There we go. Whee! All right, so now I can bring this back up here. You know, probably can see inside the kettle a little bit better. it's always something. All right, and then this is not going to waste. This is actually going to go right back in here. Give it a little stir. And I'm going to give it a hand too, because I want to get a gravity reading. So I know if I need to add any water or any malt powder. And hopefully I don't have to add any malt powder because that's down in my basement. That means another trip with the mobile can downstairs, guys. Another beer walk in my house. I'm probably gonna need to get a refill anyway. So that's probably all right. All right, so now I want to get a sample of the wort. And again, for those who may not be up to speed and have experienced this problem before, right? You stir your combined water again to make it homogeneous, right? Make sure when you get your sample, you're not getting a lighter gravity or heavier gravity sample than the average, so you don't think you have a stronger or weaker beer than or wort than you thought, right? So I'm just going to get just a little bit there. I don't even know even need that much. It's just a little sample. I'm going to let that cool right there for the minute. I don't need this anymore. All right, probably this is my distilled water. That's fine. Keep that there. Fine. Bag of chocolate gone. And I'm going to have to clean this little gadget. And it's got grain in there and stuff. There's probably something even caught inside this tube. I'm going to go give it a quick rinse with my garden hose right outside the door, and I'll be back in a minute. All right, I'm gonna give it a spray here. Ooh, damn it! It just got me. Well, no, I didn't have an accident. It's just I put the hose directly in here and I gave it a spray. I forgot that there's like these little holes on the inside and on the outside, and it sprayed in all four directions, and it got me right there. So fortunately, I'm wearing dry wicking whatever clothing for this purpose. So hopefully it'll dry sooner than later. But yeah, so that makes me wonder now a little bit how easy it is to, was this little MP screw off? Because I'm wondering if by chance any of the bits of grain got inside the tube or actually inside the tube here, and there's no easy way to blow them out unless you can blow through the small holes and work backwards. I mean, I just don't want any old grain staying in there and fermenting and molding on me. I wonder if there's a way to get that off. Yeah, just give it a pull. So, okay, well, let me try this again. Just give it a pull. All right, that worked great. Okay, that worked great. So, it wasn't mentioned in the user manual at all about removing this cap. It makes sense, right? Because it was spinning on there. It wasn't welded on. I knew it had to be a press fit of some kind. And it's actually, if you wanted to see if I can get it up to the camera, it's just it's just got like an O-ring in there that snaps on, and actually no, that's the wrong end. Sorry. So it's got the little groove in there that pops and snaps on like that, right? So you just give it a yank, and it comes off. That's all. Cool. Yeah, I might give them some feedback on the user manual on this, because that wasn't. I didn't see anything in there about that at all. It makes sense. It just wasn't listed in the manual when I read it. It didn't even occur to me that was going to be an issue until just now. So, all right, very good. So that's going. That's heating up. Let me clean up the table a little bit more. I don't need the grain mill anymore, right? I don't need this anymore either. And I can probably spray down and wipe down some of the goo off of here. I don't need my drill anymore. See, so this is looking pretty good. It's cleaning up really nicely out here. Don't have a whole lot of crap laying around now. This is awesome. All right, just a little spray. Get some of the sticky stuff off the table. All right, and over here, my sample's got to cool down before I can actually take the OG reading. I know I got one of those easy dens for measuring the temperature or the gravity, but it's only accurate within a limited range, even though it does temperature correct. It only does it up to like a certain amount, like 85 degrees or something, maybe Fahrenheit. All right. So I'm gonna leave this here because it's still dripping a little bit here. It looks like got a little bit of a dribble coming out of this fixture here. So actually that took care of it. All right. And then this is where all the sticky stuff is right here. So let's give this an extra little wipe. It's like put a little water under there. Okay. All right. I think we're looking good. Just going to air dry the rest of the way. I think we're doing good. All right. Time to check the chat. Yeah. So, I mean, so far it was a pretty smooth thing, right? I mean, now it's heating up, it's circulating. I could even, if I wanted to get it up to a boil quicker, maybe I know this is a no-no during the boil, but we're not boiling just yet, right? So, but of course, then we'll get a foam over it, won't we? Yeah. I was thinking the same thing. All right. Just let it go, right? Let's see. All right. Let's check the chat. Oh boy, where is my chat? There we go. All right. So, all right. I gotta pick out where I left off, guys. Let's see. Oh, so you can see it running down the basket, Harold. So that must have been just a little while ago. Yeah, that was a half hour ago. Jeez, why am I so far behind on this here? It's wow. Yeah, time's flying, guys. Yes, yeah, Eric. Yeah, I am by myself today. Yeah, it's all right. It's kind of a mixed bag, right? Because it's like you need helpers or want helpers, but because you're having such a good time with your helpers, you get sidetracked and can't focus on crap, and then you forget stuff like ingredients and process, and you kind of end up doing something wrong. And given that Clay was just here the other night, basically, and was here for that stream before, and he's got life, he's got wife, and he's got kids, he's got stuff to do on weekends. My brother Chad also, he's got his girlfriend and like her kids were all living with him, and they got him busy a lot too, right? So figured rather than just trying to get them to break away for something like this, I can actually focus on the new system, right? As well as focus on the stream here a little bit, and maybe try to keep my mind in the zone and paying attention to what's going on. Let's see. Immersion shows the way to go. Yeah, John O. Very fun. And a comment about keeping politics out of my posts. I don't know who's posting. Did somebody post something? Yeah. Anyway, let's see. Very fun hobby. Yeah, very fun. Anyone using the counterflow chiller by Rob? I'm sure somebody's commented here. You guys have been talking about this. Really good. Excellent. Cheers, Tom Truck. Hey, nice back at you. We have a high like to viewer ratio. Oh, do we? where do I find, oh, analytics, viewer activity. Oh, man, I didn't even, oh, what do you know? Very cool. That's good to know. Larry, you should let us know how to revise your recipe so we can learn from your changes. Sure. Well, that's what round 2 is for, right? You take notes, you revise the recipe, you brew it again. But I'm definitely going to revise the recipe now or soon, not now, like later this weekend, to match what to brew next time so I don't forget, right? Because, you know, memory is the second thing to go when you age. Can't remember the first, right? That's the joke again, right? Yeah, I saw the spreadsheet was in the way. Sorry, guys. Gonna do a beer walk with me? Actually, no. Let's check that. Let's check that. Oh shoot, I got too much stuff here. Let's go check. Let's check this here. So I got my sample here. Yeah, kind of everything's kind of all in the way here, isn't it? All right, let's go back over here. All right, so that's my sample. It should have cooled down by now. It's still 90 degrees, 92 degrees. Still a little too hot. Need to get a little swirl to cool it down, yeah? Yeah, because what I want to do is use my Easy Dens. And, but even if I was using a refractometer or a hydrometer, it's the same problem, right? Temperature affects results, and even the temperature correcting versions of all of those don't go as high as you think they do. I mean, I think I mean, this is going by memory again, starting to lose my mind. It's I think things got to be under 90 degrees, preferably under 85 degrees, to have any sort of accuracy to them when you take these measurements, even with the correction charts or the algorithms or equations that you can correct by temperature. I think you still want to keep it ideally as close to the target that you want. So now I'm down to 86, so I lost 6 degrees just by swirling this for the next 30 seconds. The beer is starting to swell up a little bit. 84, 85. Okay, well, that might be enough. But I'm just worried that if I take a reading when it's too hot and it tells me to do something I shouldn't be doing, then when it's all said and done, I overshot or did something bad. So just give it a minute. And again, back to that comment earlier about just chilling and let things go. That's the right thing to do. I'm in no rush. This thing is still coming to a boil. It's at 184 degrees. So it's got a little while to go yet. As long as I keep an eye on the foam, let it circulate like that. Actually, I don't even need to have it circulate no more, do I? See, so a difference again between the BrewEasy Compact and the BrewEasy Classic. Again, for those who are asking the question, is that with the BrewEasy Classic, you basically have to keep the pump recirculating the entire time you're mashing and ramping up stuff, because on the BrewEasy Classic, the temperature probe is actually in line with the hose. It's like in the outlet of the pump. So this is reading the temperature here, not what's in here. With the BrewEasy Compact, the temperature probe is in back here. Let me boy, hold on a minute. This is Christine, I am getting my exercise today. Okay. All right, here we go. So if I go back to my screen, pick on multi-view, camera, transition. All right, here we go. So on the back here is the temperature probe, right? It's going into the pot in there, right? So so now you're getting the temperature from inside the kettle itself this time, as opposed to over here. So because the Compact has that temperature inside, we no longer have to keep this pump going like you do on the Classic. Now, when it gets to a boil, it doesn't matter. You just turn off the pump entirely on both systems. But that was just one of the advantages I think the Compact has over the Classic, is that you don't have to rely on the pump running to get any kind of temperature reading to the Brew Commander. So knowing that, I can probably just turn this off. See, again, turning the pump off turns off the heat. I gotta turn the heat back on again, and there it goes. So There we go. So we'll just let that go. So now it's not making any more noise. Not that it did in the first place. I mean, I can hear it because I'm right here next to you, but you may not be able to have heard the pump running because I have audio filters set on my mic on the studio app that clip sounds and try to contain my voice to hear. Because if you remember old streams where I had like an open microphone, you heard cars, planes, motorcycles, lawnmowers, leaf blowers, helicopters, police raids across the street, all kinds of things going on while this was all going on, and birds chirping. So hopefully all you're hearing is just my voice and not hearing anything else. So unfortunately, that means that you're not hearing the sound of the wort coming to a boil or the sound of the pump churning. Or perhaps you are. You let me know. I have no idea what you're hearing right now. Let's see. All right. So back to this. Down to 80, 81 degrees. That's perfect. That's in range to me. So let's go ahead and do this. I got my outlet hose for my Easy Dens. Actually, you know what? Because this is a lot of show and tell, why don't we do some show and tell, right? I mean, that's crazy, right? I know. Let's see. So what I'm going to do is give you a view of, oh, darn it. Come on. There we go. All right. So let's go ahead and bring this down here. All right. Okay, and I'm going to bring you over here a little bit. There we go. All right, let's see how this works. Yeah, that's better than the main view, right? Yeah, I think so. All right, so I'm going to get the Easy Dens going. I'm going to turn this bad boy on. Of course, now I just realized after setting up the camera that the app I need to use is on the camera. So I can't use this view while I'm doing a reading. So back I go. Sorry about that. Yeah, I need two cameras. I need two mobile cams. All right, so I got the Brewmeister app open. I don't know if you can see that. Anyway, and I'm going to now get a measurement here. All right, you know what? Here, let's put that there. So I got a measurement here. Let's see, give it a little sample in there. Make sure I get all the bubbles out, right? If there's any bubbles, we'll throw off the reading. I'm going to do start measurement. And it's 1045 at 77.9 degrees. So what I do is go over to my spreadsheet. Come over here. Oh, I turned it off on you, didn't I? Sorry about that. Over to my spreadsheet. We're going to go to 1.045 at 77.9 degrees. That brings it, oh, wow. Whoa, man, look at that efficiency. Oh, you guys are probably squinting to see this. My apologies again. But I just entered in, for in place my hydrometer, which is not really what I used, but I was predicting 1041. I got a higher gravity by a lot. That's the measured. This is the corrected. So it's really going to be 1047 compared to 1041 at the same temperature. So I got an 82.2% mash extract efficiency. Freaking, that's amazing. I designed for a 70, right, percent. I got 82. So now I'm starting to doubt my measurement. So I'm going to do another measurement. And I'm going to do it again. Make sure I get all the air bubbles out of there like that. I'm going to do it again. Over here and do it again. Restart. Kind of going through the motions there. Same. Yeah, the same reading basically. Yeah. But it's 77.0 this time, but it's still the same thing. It's still going to be 1047. So go figure. Isn't that amazing? I actually overshot. I got way higher efficiency. So the BrewEasy Compact, using the Sparge method like I did, I don't have a no Sparge batch to compare it to. I probably, in hindsight, maybe it's in the future, maybe I can try them differently, but I'm happy with 82. I mean, why would I deviate from that by going to no Sparge and I get less? Even if it's a small amount less, the sparging wasn't all that much extra work. I might just stick with that, but 82%, that's amazing. So now that's going to impact my numbers though, right? So I'm going to have to adjust. It says to add a quart, no, actually 4 quarts. That's almost a gallon of water. Oh man, I don't know if I want to add a gallon of water and dilute it, but I guess I'll tell you what, I'm going to do a sanity check. I'm going to do another, let me see. Uh-oh, 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 no. Come on, guys, break it up. I don't want you foaming over. Oh, it's all right. It's near to a boil now. It looks like, huh? All right. So what volume did I read again? Let's see here. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna, okay. So I can either deal with an extra strong beer, or I can bring it down. I'm going to bring it down because I really don't want a strong brown ale. I don't want it to, I want something that's drinkable, sessionable, right? So I'm going to get me 4 quarts of my beer. So I'm going to have to go get some more filtered water. I hear you, but I can't leave the brew space because out of fear of foaming over. So you know what I'm going to do, just because I don't want to have an accident, I'm just turn off the heat for just a moment while I get my water, right? And I need to get a 1 gallon. Actually, I'll just keep filling it until it gets up to 1 gallon, right? Higher. So I need to get this. Wow, I have a lot of extra beer. All right, I'll tell you what, I'll split the difference. I'll probably add just a half gallon and get it down a bit at least. So let me do that here. All right. Gotta get some more water here. Of course, my my container is only a quart at a time, so that's one. And then number 2 coming up. Okay, that's 2. All right, 2. So that's halfway there. Wonder if I should stop. I mean, I don't mind it being a little higher than I designed it to be, but I don't want it to be out of the category or super strong. But I'm adding more water. All I'm going to end up doing is having more beer that won't fit in my fermenter. So I don't know. I don't want to waste the beer at the end. I wonder what I should do. Or should I just go with it, I guess, huh? So that was just a half gallon more. Maybe I should, yeah, try to split the difference here, because if I add the whole 4 quarts to this thing, yeah, it'll bring the original gravity down, but now the volume that I'm boiling is going to be a whole gallon more, which means when I add my hops, the hop bitterness contribution isn't going to be as great. It's going to be a little bit watered down. It might be a little less bitter because I got more volume with the same amount of hops, right? So do I add more hops, which I don't have, because I only bought what I needed for the recipe that I intended. I think I'm going to go ahead and maybe split that difference. I think just adding the 2 extra quarts instead of the 4 uh, gives me a lower gravity, more closer to what I wanted to go with, but yet not so much where I dilute the hop bitterness contributions. Sound like a plan? Sounds like a plan to me. All right, let's do that. So just turn you back on again and get that thing back to a boil. And yeah, I guess we'll see. So real fun, real fun. Actual amount added was only 2. All right. So again, in summary, did the BrewEasy Compact surprise me? Yeah, it did way better than I had ever, because the user manual didn't give any hint of what a starting gravity should be, or for your recipe design at least. So I picked 70 usually because that's a pretty good starting efficiency. But man, I blew that away. definitely doing that again. So now the next time I brew this, I know to use less grain, right? So yay, win-win. All right, let's check the chat again. See where we're at. If I can find the chat again. Oh, the pump from Elementary Brewing. Yeah, so the pump is awesome. The riptides, I got a couple of them. I got one back here. I got another one here. I only need one at a time. I just happened to I think I bought one, and then one came with a system that they sent me. I used to use an old, I still have a chugger pump. That thing was squawked. It was noisy and loud, and it was terrible, not just for sitting here for hours listening to the damn thing, but also for like live streams like this. It was just a constant background squawk. Going to the Riptide was awesome because it gave me the quiet I so much appreciate, right? And that's been working great for a long time. I love the Riptides. They're freaking badass. The only thing I didn't, or still kind of don't like about the Riptide, which was awesome initially, was the little pull ring here to bleed the air out, so I didn't have to have, like I did on my chugger pump, a bunch of stainless steel fittings all and ball valves and things all intertwined to like bleed stuff. That's all included and it's all compact. The only thing I didn't like about it though is that each time you pull it, it would spray everywhere, which is one reason why I use that hot water heater pan I was showing earlier to like catch some of that spray. But since this came out a while back, oh shoot! So just for completeness sake, so this is the new Spike one, which looks kind of like a copycat, honestly, right? And it's the same size. It looks like the same general, at least on the outside, it looks very, very, very similar. But the difference between the two is that the Spike has their bleed valve. You know what? I can probably come up here actually and do it for you. So the Spike one has their bleed valve here. You turn this and it dribbles out the bottom and you can catch it in a cup. And that's kind of nice. Enhancement that was done for the Spike that I like. So I have that one too. But they're both very similar. They're both quiet. They both work great. You wouldn't probably be disappointed with either one. So yeah, awesome. All right. So then, all right. So what else we got here? Bitter Reality Brewing. Larry, your voice is the only thing I can hear, so everything is nice and quiet. Oh man, Mike, thanks a lot. That's exactly what I was wanting to hear. You know, I've been doing these live streams for 5-6 years now, and always the audio is always the hardest part to like dial in, because you're trying to dial everything in on a nice quiet weeknight evening, a day before your live stream, and everything's quiet and everything sounds great, and then you open your garage door, like in my case, start the live stream like the next day, and all kinds of stuff is going on, and it's all coming through. Even birds, because of their high pitched frequency, it's just like really loud it would drown out my voice. And I spent forever trying to apply filters and noise compression and noise reductions and limiters and expanders and all kinds of audio stuff to try to dial in. And of course, going from like a shotgun mic to a lav mic was a huge part of it. Awesome. Um, the Easy Dens is great. I mean, I bought mine. I know a lot of the other brew tubers got them for free just by calling them up, but I was sold on it when I saw, I think, Brian at Short Circuit do a video. I said, man, I just went online and bought one. I didn't even wait, right? Yeah, for sure. So the question from Greens, though, does the Easy Dens have an auto temp correction? I turned it, yes, it does, and I turned it off because my spreadsheet does it for me. Again, if I were to look up here, oh, shoot, at the spreadsheet, I have inputs for both gravity and the temperature of the sample. So my spreadsheet does all the math adjusting for me. So I don't need it turned on. In fact, having it turned on would throw off my spreadsheet because I would be putting in values which were already corrected at once, and I'm correcting them twice at that point, which would then change the value, I believe, right? So yeah, it does. So for those of you who are doing hand notes and writing stuff down and don't have something as advanced as my spreadsheet to like do this stuff for you, yes, it works great for that too, because it does do. But my spreadsheet does the same math that the Easy Dens app is doing too, right? So that's why I turned it off. Yeah. Let's see. Mic is really good. Thanks, Gary. No background noise at all, just my voice. Yeah, because there's kids screaming right now outside playing. I haven't heard any planes come overhead. It's kind of overcast outside, so maybe that could be part of why it's not as noisy as it normally is. That's good. Oh, okay. What's going on here? Boiling. It's going crazy. It's like beeping, telling me it's to a boil. I know. I hear you. Okay. All right. It's coming to a boil. It's not quite at boil on top here yet. Right. So I'm still waiting for the bubbles to really start appearing before I add my hops. But let me get back to your question, and gotta keep an eye on this thing. So I'll tell you what. How about I do something with technology? How about I look at the chat while I'm standing here? Oh wow, that was fast. Okay, see, going back and forth things. I don't know why I just don't use my iPad. All right. Coming down the list. User cameras. Okay, the volume dead on. Love the Easy Dens. Okay, here we go. Is the volume dead on? Oh, no, the volume. I kind of screwed that up a lot here. Oh, let me adjust the. I'm going for a 65%, 65% boil. Now, okay, I'll get back to the chat in just a minute while it's on my head. Differences between systems. BrewEasy Classic, my 20 gallon. Now it's not the same size comparison, right? But my they call it the Blichmann 10 gallon, but it's a 20 gallon kettle, right? That uses a 55 or 600 watt element, and I run that around 75% power, 75% of the 5500 watts, right? That gets me that nice rolling boil, but not too much, not too little, right? With this thing being, I think 3500 or 3300, something in the neighborhood of watts, it's not apples and apples. This is apples and oranges now because it's a smaller element, and I can run that at 75%. That'd be 75% of the element, but the volume is only like 7 or 8 gallons out of a 10 gallon pot, whereas that was 15, 16 gallons to start with, right? So you try to go through all that math, but it really is that I found that slightly lower setting percentage-wise at 65% seems to be doing effectively what I was witnessing on my 20 gallon kettle in this 10 gallon kettle for what I have here. So I lowered the percentage of the power to 65, And as you can probably see in the image there, it's got a nice little rolling boil going, and which means I can add the hops. So let's do that. Let's go back to the spreadsheet. Okay, the hops. Here we are. We're going to add, okay, we're going to add this bad boy. So I have a whole ounce of Fuggle hops. Alpha acid 5.6%, which is the higher of the two that I have. And these will be my boil hops. Damn it. What? These packages are like impenetrable. There we go. All right. So, oh man. Oh, the aroma is already hitting me. So, I don't know. It's kind of hard to see in a webcam, this stuff, but okay. So I'm going to put a whole ounce in there. Boom. Oh, and also for my record keeping, I want to know what the volume that I start to boil with. So it's 7 1/4. 7 1/4 is starting to boil. So I'm going to punch in on my spreadsheet the starting boil volume at 7 1/4. What is that? 29? I think, right? 7 1/4. My math is terrible. 7 1/4 times 4. 29. Yeah, I was right. Okay, so my start volume. I got to put a timer on now for a timer on for how long does this go for? Let's go back over to the tab for 60 minutes so for 45 minutes until the next one. So I'm going to put this in for 45 minutes. 45 minutes start. So now I got a timer going here, right? So so I'm going to let that beat me in 45 minutes, and at that point I'm going to add the extra half an ounce of hops. I'm going to between now and then I need to decide what I'm doing for chilling, and I think because I'm already starting to lose track of things trying to do this solo, that I'm unfortunately sorry Blichmann, but I'm going to probably go with the immersion chiller today. Maybe I'll mess with the plate chiller in a separate video that I have time to sit back and focus on. But for right now, I'm already starting to screw up things. So, and I'm stone sober, man. I've had half a beer this entire time. So yeah, I think that's what I'm going to go for, guys. Because I think that's what most of you would do anyway. And actually, what I would recommend for any system like this, 5 gallon, would be just use an immersion chiller anyway. I still plan on getting to. Here, I'll show you here. So what I got here is the Therminator here, right? The Therminator, try to get the glare out of there. And I mean, it's a beast. It truly is. It's a beast for larger batch sizes, I believe. So perhaps, and like I mentioned earlier, if you're just joining now, from my experience with counterflow chilling, by the time I dial in the ideal flow rate, the batch is already in the fermenter, and you're just screwing around with it the entire time. And I know there's, you get used to it, you understand where to set things, but this is my first time wanting to use something like this. So rather than save me the stress and frustration of doing that in front of you all live, I'm going to do this in private and do a separate video on this in the future with probably a 10-gallon batch or more, where it's actually more applicable than a 5-gallon batch, right? So I'm going to go with one of my immersion chillers, probably the Jaded Scylla. It fits the 10-gallon kettle perfectly, and it fits it fine. So I'm probably going to go with that. And that's a relief, because that's going to save me a lot of frustration over the next half hour or 45 minutes or more, or hour. So to be continued with the chiller, the plate chiller. I'm going to, again, get to it at some point. I would love to actually use it and give it a go. But unfortunately, again, I think for what I'm doing today and what I'm brewing and the ease of cleanup and everything, doing the solo again. I got to clean everything up on my own as well. I'm going to take the path of least resistance and just go with what I know, and what I know works probably best, which would be probably eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch the tiger by the toe. I'm going to use the Scylla for that. Here, and I got to clean this out. Let me turn this off. What is it? All right. So now it's an easy dens, right? Easy dens I need to clean to keep it from being ruined. So what I'm going to do here is just flush it with some distilled water, right? And there, a little bit more. Oh, do it again. And there's still some distilled water in there, so I'm just going to blow it out with some air. There we go. All right. So that's good for now. I'll put this back over here for the moment, since I don't need it in the way. And just as a reminder to myself, I have my hop additions for the next step. I don't forget about them, because that's what happens when you do live streams. Forget stuff. And then I'm going to grab a Whirlflock tablet. I know I have them in here. Or did I pull them out already? Whirlflock tablets. Where are you? Oh, here they are. A Whirlflock tablet edition as well. That's ready to go. That's boiling nicely. Oh, that thing is boiling pretty nicely, isn't it? Here, let me see if I can get you a closer look at that. Or not. Oh, nope. See, it's fogging up. It's too close. Can't get any closer. That is the limit of the range, I believe, for what I'm doing here. Okay, all right. Now, okay, so the timer's going, right? And we're good here. So we have a little time to play. Let me, oh, I'm getting text messages here now from people. Okay, hold on here. Okay. This is some personal text. My son wanting to go out to eat after this is done. Texting you to watch the, oh, James is texting me too. Check your phone. Okay. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I'll do that. Okay, well, I'll tell you what. This is all personal messages, and all apologies for wasting your time. All right, so where were we here? Love the easy dens. Is the volumes again? The volumes, Mike. Going back to that, I started talking and I got sidetracked. I don't know. I've been kind of. I mean, it's not my personality to like wing things, but because I'm on the fly doing stuff, first time and interacting with all this stuff and everything, I just eyeballed it. I added some additional water to lower the gravity, but not as much as my calcs say to, because didn't feel like it, because that would impact the hop bitterness negatively by having too much volume for the limited hops I have. When this is all said and done, I'm going to do a post-mortem basically on this live stream and see what I screwed up and what I did right and wrong, and take some notes. So yeah. Mike's really good. Thanks, Gary. Oh, Mike, a better reality? Yes, I do. I need a helper. I asked my wife. She's not into being on camera. Most people aren't. Can you believe a lot of people don't actually want to be in front of a live camera? Yeah, I know, right? I mean, let's see. Sorry. Asking me, Mike from Better Reality asked me if I tried the DJI mics. No, I have not. I do not. I had a single Rode brand lav mic that was like called a Filmmaker Pro or something. It was just a one lavalier thing that went to your camera. It was great for doing solo video content. And then I started doing the live streams or having people on, and I wanted to get their voices on. So then I bought this crappy Chinese-made Comica brand WS60 dual mic set. Came with two lavaliers, two receivers, or no, two transmitters, one receiver that recombined them all together. And the quality is terrible. If you had seen my last video where Clay and my neighbor Dan and I were drinking my beer, and even the live stream brew day that we did here physically like a month and a half ago. Uh, Clay and I had the good mics, which were the Rode Wireless Go Pro 2 mics. Dan had to take that old Comica mic, and I spent hours trying to filter his audio so you wouldn't notice how bad it was in each of those the live stream and the tasting video I just did. Terrible, but I've had great success with the Rode Wireless Go 2, Rode Wireless Go 2 mics. I might get another set, actually, honestly, so I can have up to 4 people, all with the same great sound quality. So the boil's going, yeah. I know, Christine. I'm getting caught up. Thanks for the reminder. Going in all in on the Fuggle hops. Yeah, I love Fuggle hops. That was probably Fuggle hops were the first hops I ever used in a beer back in 2000 ish. Yeah. A neighbor of mine was brewing, turned me on to it. He had a recipe that he liked to brew, some kind of English IPA. So we brewed it, used Fuggle hops. And being a new to home brewing, to me, hops were hops at the time. But for some reason, because of that experience, I have this fondness of like wanting to go back to using Fuggle hops at some point over the years. And I've used them a number of times, not a lot, but it's been a long time since I used Fuggle hops last. I know that. Oh man. Yeah, so crunch time at the end of the boil is always the most challenging, Christine. Yeah. That's when everything's counting down to zero, right? It's like ground rush. It's like skydiving, like 20,000 feet. You jump out, you're like, woo! Everything looks great, and oh, you're just having a great time. And as you get closer and closer to the ground, it starts coming up faster and faster. And then you remember to like, okay, I got to do this, counter this, pull it, and it's yeah, it's the same idea. I got to put start sanitizing the chillers, putting in the last minute hop ingredients, the clarifying agents, making sure I have my fermenter ready to go, which I still have yet to do here, actually. I have to get that, thanks for the reminder now, I have to get that thing up and finished and getting ready to transfer. And yeah, it's the crunch time, yeah. Greenzo says he finds that counterflow chillers and plate chillers are faster to chill, but longer to clean, just as long as a brew day anyway. And that's been my point in all of my videos where I compare chillers, right? I've said the exact same thing. It's like, yeah, you may gain a few minutes here or there at the expense of several more minutes or longer on the back end cleaning and all that other work, right? Exactly right. So your overall length of your day is the same, right? And yeah, I totally agree. That's exactly right. Plus you've noticed some mildew in your clawhammer plate chiller. Yeah, so that's what I've noticed too. Now with my plate chiller, this is the first plate chiller that I got, but I've got at least a couple. No, I got 3 different counterflow chillers, right? I got. Let's see, I got this new one from Spike Brewing. I got this summer. I used it in my last live stream brew day, right? If you might recall this sucker. Nice quality, great, it's gorgeous. And I got a Xchillerator counterflow, right? Robust, not as pretty looking as the shiny stainless steel, but who cares about pretty when it's functional? It works great for a counterflow chiller, just like the Spike one does. And then, God dang it, got too much stuff in the way. And then I got this little one for the Grainfather, right? You guys might know that one, right? But they all have the same problem, right? They're all it's like, yeah, trying to dial in the flow rates while you're chilling for a small batch of beer. Like I said before, you're pretty much done transferring by the point you dial in the flow rates of the 2 different liquids, and then the cleanup afterwards to backwash, flow, clean, sanitize. I mean, that's a lot of time, right? Yeah. So whatever time you do save, you lose on the back end. I agree. Yeah. not, I mean, so they do the job, sure. It's just that there's more to it than just the moment they're chilling. There's more work ahead of you. And then I would spend all that time cleaning them, clean them, get them all cleaned up, and then I put them on the shelf for a couple months because I try different things as I brew, right? Different chillers and mostly immersions, and I come back to using that chiller, and I have to actually do another whole cleaning cycle before I brew to blow out all the mold and black and other stuff that comes out still, even after having cleaned it the last time. And so I cast a little doubt on, personally, I just, too much work, too much doubt. Just stick with immersion chillers, right? Yeah. Uh, do I add yeast nutrient from Christine? Well, normally I would for a higher gravity beer. I have all kinds of yeast nutrients. This is just one from like Y yeast, but I got just basic DAP in here somewhere, diammonium phosphate. Yeah, I got diammonium phosphate as well. But for a beer like this, which is only a middle of the road beer, no, I don't need any yeast nutrient. I mean, I think you only need the yeast nutrient if you're using really old yeast, which I'm not. I'm using a dry yeast today, which really comes with its own yeast nutrient built into the package, honestly. So you don't really need it. I only use it for high gravity beers like IPA, double IPAs, imperial stouts. You know, they give the yeast that little hump, a little boost to get over the hump of fermenting out that gravity and dealing with the higher level of alcohol that finish it up so it doesn't stick and leave you with a high final gravity. So yes, I do, but not all the time, and I'm not doing it today. And let's see. Comments about more plate chiller stuff. Good work. Okay. Mike says he had a Rode mic and had issues on and off and tried an off brand like you mentioned, and now I have DJI mics. Oh, good. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you find a brand that works for you, stick with it, man. Because I went through a few. I like the Rodes because they came out. I mean, I plugged these things in and they came out perfect. Like I didn't have to mess with them. Plus, they also record on board as well, right? Because I had many wireless recordings that had scratches or drops or interference, right? And there's nothing you can do about it afterwards. Whereas now with the Rode ones, they actually record. They don't even need to even be hooked up to a receiver. They actually record on board. So I have a backup audio that's perfectly sounding with no scratchiness whatsoever. I often, quite in post-production, get rid of the live recording audio and replace it with the onboard recording because it just sounds so much better at times because of that kind of occasional interference or loss or drop issue that you might have. Get out of here, you fly. Get out of here. These little gnats are loving the wort here. Clarifying agent do I typically use? Clarify. Well, for the hot side, I stick with Whirlflock tablets. You know, like the Whirlflock tablets. They're like little pill-like things. I used Irish Moss for years, which is basically this kind of the same thing. This is just more of a nicely made version rather than just a thing of seaweed that you rehydrate, right? So the hot side, I just stick with those. Cold side, I generally just use gelatin. I know there's other ones out there. No, that's not true. I've used the stuff that's made out of crustacean shells. There's like it's like a two-part thing, but I use those for my wines for clarifying because they tend to come in wine kits. Basically, if you buy a wine kit, but for beer, I just stick with gelatin. Or this year I got into filtering, so I also have this year, which has been interesting, interesting experiment. I have one of these, just a canister filter, right, with the little ball lock snaps on there, so I can rack from the fermenter to my keg in a closed system environment, going through a filter, which is not in here. It's just empty, by the way. They have the, oh, here's one here. So these have these little 1 micron filters, which are super efficient or whatever. You go and put them in there. They're one-time use, and they filter out stuff on the way to the keg. And I used that a couple times now this year, I think a couple times or more. And it works. It works pretty good. The micron filter I have here is only like 98% efficient. So you still a little bit of initial haze when you first rack it, but within a week it's clear. And it's great for that. But there's a cost to that, is that there's more losses that you have to account for, because a lot of the beer gets absorbed into the filter. There's losses in the canister and the hoses. So you basically need to scale up your batch a little more to account for that additional loss above and beyond all the other typical losses, right? Yeah. But that's all I do is gelatin, and not even always. I mean, some styles obviously you don't care about it, like Weiss beers, wheat beers of any kind, stouts, really dark beers. Who cares? Just so. But yeah, for this beer, I'm not sure if I'm even going to do gelatin fining on it, because it's a brown ale. It's going to be dark in color, hard to see through in a glass anyway. And I'll make that call in a couple of weeks. Yeah. The counterflow chiller that Jaded makes, the Cyclone, is one that yes, yeah, Harold. Yeah, it looks kind of like a trombone in a way, like where the tubes separate out so you can run a brush through them and put them back together again. I think that's the one that you said that you have, right? Yeah, that's why you're talking about it. So do I find that not using yeast nutrient alters final flavor and the beer residual sugars? Yeah, well, flavor, not really flavor, but yes, So I'll have you could have a higher final gravity, I suppose. Yeah, a higher final gravity if your yeast can't get over the hump, right? And that's what I was saying just a little bit ago. It's lower gravity beers, as long as it's well oxygenated and you have oxygen. Oh, I'm drawing a brain fart here. Oxygenated. You have healthy, strong yeast, a yeast starter, or a fresh enough pack of dry yeast or whatever. It'll be fine, except the higher gravity ones. Yeah. Almost all my beers, with or without nutrient, finish up around 1.010 on average final gravity, except for the ones that you really intend to be higher. So if you use a yeast that's lower attenuating, like a London ESB yeast, which I used for the zombie dust clone I did a long while back now, those are intentionally supposed to not finish dry. They're supposed to finish high. That's the design intent of why you want to use those yeasts. And I think I have one here, actually. Yeah. That's what this is. The Ceph SO4 in English yeast. It's supposed to be medium attenuating, not high. The one I was going to use, which was a liquid English or British yeast, which was supposed to be even a lower attenuating yeast. It was only in liquid form, and I didn't want to fool around with a 2-month-old package of overpriced liquid yeast, and when this costs less than half as much, and it will probably do the same thing. Yeah. This was so. For those who are curious, this is only like $4 at my local homebrew shop, and this used to be like less than that. The prices have gone up, of course, in recent years for everything, right? But they wanted the equivalent liquid strain from, I think it was White Labs, was like $11 for basically the same thing. It was like almost 3 times the price. I said, well, I'm just going to go with the dry yeast, right? It's lower maintenance, less hassle, and cheaper. People asking me, well, which brew store do I go to? You're in the so from Drock, he says he's in the north suburbs, going to go all the way to Palatine. What's Brewing Supply? Well, yeah, Nancy's got a good store there. The owner, Nancy, I'm sure, right? Her and her dad, who run the counter. I can't remember his name right now. Not George, Dan. Yeah, so they're one of them. There's 3 in my area. There's that one, which I don't go to as often because it's actually harder to get to in traffic. It's a lot of zigging and zagging all the way to get up there. And there's one in Roselle called Brew and Grow, which is one I go to most often because it's only a 10-minute drive instead of a 22-minute drive, right? And then, although they're about the same distance from my house. One is just easier to get to. That's why. And then there's one in St. Charles. They used to be called the Homebrew Shop Limited, but now I think they call themselves the Broken Bricks. So they're more of a wine bar now than they are a homebrew shop, actually. But so they're all equidistant from my house. It's just depends on traffic patterns, the time of day, the day of the week, the time of the year, the weather, those kind of things. But yeah, for sure. Yeah. I like what's Brewing Supply because they actually pour out exactly what you want. Whereas the other homebrew shops have everything prepackaged in like 1, 5, 10-pound portions. You're like, oh, I only need 8 pounds or 6 pounds, but I got to buy a 10-pound bag. Right there, they just give you the exact portions and you save a little money and don't have any extra grain laying around that you throw away or that you may throw away. Right. Yeah. So, all right. Well, I'll tell you what, we got a little time here. I'm low on beer. You guys want to go for a little beer walk downstairs with me, and I'll come back up here and we'll check on the beer, we'll check on the chat, and we'll be back. So let me get that going, because you guys just don't want to sit here staring at a wall while I'm gone, right? So let me do this here. We'll get back to this here. Hold on a minute. Let me go back to the, oh gosh, come on, phone. There we go. All right. Okay. Follow me. All right. Yep. Ah. Ah. So the boil's got like another half hour, I think, or so. Well, afterwards. All right. Okay, let's go out here. Okay. All right, I'm back. Woo! We turn this off. Oh, hold on a minute. There we go. Let me get the camera. There we go. There we go. All right, back at it, folks. Cheers. Let's go check out some chat stuff here, shall we? Let's see. Let's sit here and look at the chat. Let's see. All right. Pre-prohibition time. You betcha, buddy. You got it right here. So this is the other one, the one that I called plain in that tasting video. This is the one that was not filtered, or I'm sorry, fined. I mean, with gelatin, and it's already. I mean, it's clearing, but like any lager, right? It'll take a matter of weeks before it drops clear on its own, right? That's why I use the gelatin. But this thing actually offers some flavor. It's a more smoother. It's a smoother flavor. I think the the bitterness is offset by whatever's still in suspension in here, proteins or particles. I don't know, but it's more well-rounded, and probably what a lot of people would probably prefer to drink over the first one. I'm torn. I like them both. I like the crisp, dry, hoppy bitterness of the gelatin fine one, but this one actually turned out pretty good too. It's um, in a way, it kind of tastes a little bit like a cream ale. I mean, to a point, if that helps convey what it might taste like. But it's cleaner than a cream ale. This is like maybe like a cream lager, right? All right. So I got a comment here from Greenzo says, I agree. I haven't bought liquid yeast in forever. Oh yeah, the yeast topic. Yes. Yeah, so you have to get the yeast shipped. Yeah. So that's one of the things we're kind of spoiled with around here. Oh, Christine, take care. I didn't see you heading out. If you're not already gone, Oktoberfest celebration. Yeah, it's that time of year. So the fermenter, yes, I got to do that. I'll do that right now. Fermenter. Let's see, fermenter. Oh yeah, it's over here. So, all right, these are all samples I don't need anymore. Okay, here. Actually, let me just move all this shit out of the way. Okay. Sample. Sample. Okay. All right, I got too many buckets of things. And all right, so what I'm going to use for a fermenter today, I chose this largely because of, well, yeah, well, I'll walk you through it. So what I got here is the Spike Flex Plus. And the reason why I chose it over one of the other 5-gallon fermenters is because the BrewEasy Compact, this is the tri-clamp version. I think there's a National Pipe Taper Thread version too, right? The MPT one with just the screws on. But the one they sent me is the tri-clamp enabled version. So I have these tri-clamps everywhere. Well, normally when I would rack to a fermenter, I would take the discharge hose, right, and put it into the opening of the fermenter and fill it up, and there you go. Well, then I realized, you know, when you turn on the flow with one of these TC fittings, initially it comes out and just sprays everywhere. Like if you had a regular hose, it would just come straight out. But because of these tri-clamp adapters at the end of the hose, initially it just sprays everywhere, and eventually, if the flow rate's fast enough, then it forms a stream, right? And I'm like, well, that's going to be kind of messy. Then I said, oh, this has got a 1.5 inch port. That's a 1.5 inch port. I'm going to take this when I'm done, of course, and connect it and fasten it down. I don't even have to hold it anymore. I just put it on there, screw it down, and hit go and just watch it go. And I can sit here and hold my beer and whatever and watch it happen. So that's what I'm going to do. And yeah, totally, totally excited to do this. However, it looks like I still have some residual foam turned back into star sand. So let me give this a little extra dump here. Where's my star sand? Oh, right here. Yeah, see, that was just enough liquid to, I think, be noticeable in the beer. I mean, how many times have you had a homebrew, or worse, because you paid for it, a beer in a brew pub to only taste sanitizer when you're drinking the beer? I mean, really? I mean, that is disgusting. That's having to be more than enough to be bitter about it. No pun intended, but a bitterness anyway. Yeah, because you spend all this money for a pint of their whatever beer, and you end up tasting sanitizer. Like, this beer is tainted with sanitizer, and then you have to argue with the server about it because our server, he or she isn't a beer connoisseur, and they go talk to the manager and they give you another one thinking it was a glass, but nope, the next one also tastes like sanitizer. You're like, you guys, come on. So that happens enough times where I don't know if I'm overly sensitive I know it's supposed to be like flavorless, but it's not. I mean, you put enough in it into a drink, you're gonna taste it, right? All right, so that's got a nice rolling boil going. This is probably good to use as is. How much time you got there? 210. My timer says just under 12 minutes. So I think I'm ready for the next stage, right? I have my hops, my roll flock tablet. I got my chiller here. You know what? And honestly, this is one of the things I love about immersion chillers. I mean, this thing's probably clean enough. I can just put it right in the boil to sanitize it. But since I don't use all my chillers all that frequently sitting out in the garage, some dust can settle on them. So I just give it a little spray with a hose, which I'll do right now. There we go. Yep, just enough to oh, it's gonna drip dry a little bit now too. There's a lot of copper in there. So yeah, so now I got this going for me. So maybe perhaps I'm just gonna put this on the edge of the table just to have a place to put it, right? And so I got that ready to go. I got oh, and one thing I got to do. So I can show you with my mobile cam. This is something I don't get to do during other live streams or produce videos. So I think you're in not for a treat, but you get to see a little bit of the behind the scenes here a little bit of what's going on. So let me turn the camera back on. Okay, and actually, you know what? I'm going to go to full mobile cam mode. Oh, hold on a minute. It didn't work. All right. So what I got to do is disconnect. Okay, so my water supply. This is my hoses, right? A patio. So I have a hose coming around the back of my house, all the way back here, and all the way down there to my hose bib or silcock or whatever you guys call it, in which part of the country you're from. And then I come all the way through here, and so this comes into a splitter here, right? And one of them goes just to one of these retractable hoses, right? That's fine. That's what I use to wash and stuff with. But then the other branch, because that's not food grade, I have an RV hose though, which is food safe or water safe. Then I have a branch here that goes over to a RV filter, an inline RV filter. And I talked about this in the video like 10 years ago. So that's why I'm giving you another update. It's been a while. And that hose is this hose here, right? Right. So that's my source water for my brewing. However, what I got to do now, because this filter impedes the flow rate for chilling, I want to remove the filter from here and just directly connect the hose back to the Y. So when I screw it into my chiller, it'll get the full flow rate, right? So that's what I'm doing. And so here we are back to that. Let's go back to the multi-view. All right, and I need to fix the multi-view again for the spreadsheet. Oh, spreadsheet. Boom. All right, so I hope you like that. It's better than just staring at a wall again, right? Let's see what we got here for comments. Comments. All right, so yeah. Oh, hello from Texas, Mark Thrower. Hi, Mark. I haven't heard from you in a while. How you doing there, man? You commenting on my videos. I don't think I've seen you comment in a bit. Let's see. Oh, Harold says every brewer should have at least one Spike Flex Plus and a TIG welder. TIG welder. Yeah. Yeah. So like Harold's been sending me pictures of his customizations he's been doing. Was it the Spike Flex Plus or the Spike CS 10 or 5? I think it was, I don't remember. You actually converted a fermenter into a boil kettle, didn't you? So those are those welding skills there. Mm. Yeah. And it was, let's see. Oh, yeah. Mike from Bitter Reality says the problem with brewing and tasting enough beer is that you can tell when most of the beers are off, old, or contaminated. Yeah, exactly. There's a local brew pub here who I have some friends, one in particular who is a big fan of their light beers, like their light lagers and their pilsners. I think they suck, and everyone else I know, e- even my wife, they like them. I drink them. I taste dish rag, which is a contamination. I taste sulfur, which is or DMS. I taste the defects. I don't think they're good. I make better lagers, right, as a home brewer, but now you're paying a lot of money for each of these servings, and so it's like, yeah, I totally get it. You can totally tell if you had enough beers that they suck so bad. Uh, try explaining that to a waiter bar staff is useless. Yes, I totally understand. It happens to me so many times, and it's one reason why I prefer to stay home and drink. Not that I'm a raging alcoholic. It's just my beer's better. It is. Um, Yeah, of course you can say I'm biased, but truth is, it just, I think objectively, it's just better. Now I don't have as much variety at any given time. I may at most have three different types of beer on tap, maybe three, or often two. And even in recent year or two, I've only been basically getting on to doing one at a time on tap or two, whatever. But yeah, um, yes, the whole suckback thing with the Star San, yeah, yeah. Well, however it gets in there, I don't know if they rinse the kegs out and don't completely drain them, or do the suckback. I don't know. I don't know what they do to make it bad. It just is bad. OBS software, yes, Mike, that is OBS Studio, the freeware version. I know a lot of people use Streamlabs, which is basically a pirated version of. I know it's so I'm in the software. It's kind of my business now. I'm I'm not a programmer. I work in the software industry, right? And it's one of my pet peeves when I see open source software like OBS Studio that everyone can just download and use for free, uh, hijacked by a third party, and they put a wrapper around it, which is great. Plugins and add-ons are awesome. I mean, it's open source; everyone contributes, but that's not what these companies do. Like Streamlabs, they like take the software and they customize it, put some overlays, some wrappers on it, and then charge you money for it. Right? It's like, okay, well, if you're willing to pay for it, fine. I've compared both OBS Studio and this paid whatever version, and I find the OBS one more than enough for anything I need to do with it, and it's free. And then so that's the operative word, free, right? Um, EpoCam, I had that. It's not good. I did not like it. It was problematic, and it was stuttering, and frame rates were terrible. And I actually use something called, what's this app called? I use it every day. NDI HX camera, and it uses NDI, which is a network device interface protocol to actually stream everything. Hold on a minute. To stream everything over the network in an efficient manner, and you get better frame rates, better audio. Even though I disabled audio because I have my own overriding audio, but yeah, Epoch Cam I think sucked. So I just didn't. I mean, I still have it on my phone probably. I just don't use it no more. Let's see. OBS requires just a little more, just a little horsepower. Yeah, yeah. Oh, Mike says he's impressed with my live stream technical setup. Thanks, man. I'm always trying to improve. And I said when I started off my the stream hours ago now, I was kind of saying it's like I keep trying new things, trying to optimize, and I'm seeing things that I did today which are not optimal still. And I'm going, okay, I should have not put that there. I should put that here, or whatever, or maybe I should. I'm just always churning, thinking, well, what could be better to not also help the viewer have a better experience, but also have me as the host have an experience. If I could only get automated, like AI enabled, like view changers where it automatically changes camera angles depending on where I'm standing or something. That would be great, but that ain't going to happen probably anytime soon, as far as I know, at least. All right, so just let's check in on where we're at. 2 minutes. Oh, 2 minutes. See, I knew there was a reason why I was getting a little antsy there. 2 minutes until the 15-minute mark. At the 15-minute mark, I am going to add a ½ ounce of my Fuggle hops, which is coming up here. Don't go flying everywhere. Oh, smells even better when it comes to room temperature because I have them in the freezer at first, right? And then you let them sit here and warm up. Oh, it smells so good. And then I'm going to add a Wort tablet, just one because it's just a 5-gallon batch. Then I'm going to put my immersion chiller in to start sanitizing. And while that's going on, I'm going to start hooking up hoses, get rid of the chill. You know, something is going on with the Brew Commander. It's like completely flaking out on me. And it did stuff like this last time I had a live brew day too. It just completely lost the probe. Huh. You know, because the last brew day, it did the same, not same thing, but it did something flaky then too. And now it's back. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to have to talk to Blichmann about this because this is 2 brews in a row now where it started flaking out on me. And I don't know why. Like the last brew day, I had it turned off. I had the element turned off. I had already drained everything to the kettle, and I noticed it started smoking, or not smoking, but this, you know, it started doing this again when there was just a puddle left, and it was turned off, but yet the element was on full blast, heating up the trube in the bottom. And I didn't know what the hell caused that, and I forgot about it because you know, it's been 2 months, right, basically. And now today, it's, no, it looks fine now. So I mean, I was just standing here talking, and it was acting screwy. So something's going on. I get, oh, and it's beeping again. Like it just keeps beeping on me. I don't know what's going on here. Oh, there we go. Time to put it in. All right, so let's do this. I'm going to go ahead and add my hops. Camera running. All right. So if I can get that camera, that view up there for you. I don't know if you can see that very well. That's my ½ ounce of Fuggles. Put that bad boy in there. I'm gonna grab one of these Wort tablets to clarify the hot side. Ooh, should have just, that was a big splash for a small tablet. And then, so that's gonna start going. And then I'm gonna let this sanitize. Look at that. So this is the jaded Scylla again, right? It fit in there perfectly. It's slightly submerged. It didn't hit the temperature probes or the, look at this thing's beeping again. I don't know what it's doing. Anyway, it's still going, so I'm not that concerned. All right, so now I can set the timer for, what does the recipe say? Timer for, uh-oh, come on. Oh, what am I doing? Oh, you know what? I do have these nutrient in here. Actually, I did not intend to. That must have been copied from my previous recipe, and I must have left it there. Never mind. Anyway, all right, 14 minutes basically. Give or take 30 seconds. I don't know, whatever, right? 30 seconds. Timer. Come on. I'll put it for 13 now. All right, so that's going to sanitize. Now, what I need to do now, before these heat up too much to hold, I'm going to put my cooling hose into here and in here. So let me do that. And just like I said, I did not remove that filter like I had mentioned, which I'm doing right now. I'm taking off that RV inline filter off camera, of course, obviously. And I'm going to reattach my hose without the filter so I can then have a faster flow rate for my chiller. All right, so then I take this bad boy. There we go. Let's hook you up. Yeah. Yeah, I put all that mass of copper in here, and it's already getting back to a boil already. So for those who are questioning the ability of the surface to heat up, it works fine. It works great. I mean, I couldn't tell any difference between it and a boil coil. It works. Just does. Just does. All right. Now I have to get my other hoses here. Now these are going to be my discharge side. And what I do as part of the process, if you haven't noticed this over the years, I have a bunch of buckets, just 5 and 6 gallon buckets just laying nearby that I keep for this very purpose. Where why is it still beeping? What the heck is this doing? The temperature dropped, and now okay, so it warned, and now it's warning that it's at where it needs to be, I guess. It just scares me whenever I hear something beeping. Like, what's going on? What's going on? All right, see now, so it's just falling back a little bit. Not a big deal. I mean, it's still submerged. It's fine. Not a big deal. All right, so now I have hoses. Now, you're not going to be able to see much of this, right? Because I'm doing this, let's see. I'm going to be doing this behind the table because I don't have a camera back here. Well, actually, or I could. I guess I can put a camera here, huh? Let me see. Yeah, but then that would get rid of one of the other views. Yeah, that's okay. I'll leave that as is. I mean, who cares about watching buckets being filled up anyway, right? So I got one here, one here, one here. And since I'm doing this solo, I need to line them up in advance. Right? So that way I can just go from one to one to one to another. All right. All right. And then I'm going to just go down the row of buckets, just like Bozo's Grand Prize game. If you ever watched Bozo the Clown growing up decades ago, generations ago. All right, I think so. All right, so I think we're good. I think we're good. Yeah. I'm going to be putting this bucket here first, then that one, and then any extra excess beyond 5 buckets is going to go out down the street and into the gutter, unfortunately. It's one of the biggest wastes of water in the brewing process, right? It's not really the water that's in the beer. It's the water that you use to rinse, clean, chill. Unfortunately, for those who don't know that, right? The ones who don't brew, they just think the water is just what's in the pot. It's like, no, there's a lot more water involved. A lot more water, right? So, all right. Let's take a look. Got about 8 minutes. Let's take a look at the chat. See if I'm forgetting anything. Am I forgetting anything? Let me know. Okay. All right. I could do a live newscast in this brew house. Back to you, Harold. Camera 1, camera 1, camera 2, camera 1, camera 2. Yeah, it's funny. Okay. Harold says when the SSR, the solid state relay, it fills in a Blichmann. If it does, that'll explain the heat up. Huh, interesting. I have to maybe look into that some more. And then if the probe fails, I'm not sure how it would react. Yeah, well, the probe went off. I mean, it wasn't reporting anything. I think there's something going on inside the box. I mean, but it's working again. I mean, maybe it's a loose connection. I mean, somewhere. Because like the last time I brewed on this thing, I think the pump wouldn't even come on, and it only came on after I wiggled the plug, not the cable, but the actual outlet. I had to joggle it, and it came on. So I may have to take the panel off the thing and see what's going on inside there. Yeah. See, because it's like beeping again. I mean, I'm not doing anything. It just keeps beeping on me. Bummer, man. Oh, you know what else I gotta do? I gotta re-sanitize my lines. I totally, yeah, okay. So that's something I forgot to do as well. So because the wort has been sitting in these lines this entire time, not participating in the group of hops, bitterness, whatever. I just wanted to get it circulating through there, get the pump head sanitized again with the hot wort, get the hoses re-sanitized. I want to get the whirlpool started inside to get the tube cone started. Right. Yeah. So yeah. So I'm a little bit worried about this Brew Commander. I wonder if I got something loose in there or something's not working right. I have to go do some research because now the pump wouldn't come on before the the it set the heat command to the element when it was off last time, and now it's beeping at me nonstop, and it keeps losing the temperature from the sensor. I don't know. I mean, there's a lot going on. I think there's more than just maybe one bad part in there. Then, that's a shame. I'll have to call them up and mention it to them now because that's 2 brews in a row now that not only I had the old problem, now I got new problems starting with it. That's a shame. It's a good controller. Otherwise, you know, the touchscreen, you can program in mash schedules and and all that, but it's just and you can program timers and configure it to ramp up. I mean, it's a really capable controller. It's just unfortunately maybe it's needing some maintenance. So Harold said, "Oh, my groundwater temperature. Well, today it was in the upper 60s, if I measured correctly, which is actually really high. Normally, it's in the wintertime, it's down as cold as 49, 50 degrees. Most of the year, it's in the upper 50s, low 60s. Maybe it's just maybe it was just that my hoses were sitting out and it warmed up the cold water before it got into the kettle. Maybe there was some element to that. I don't know. It's not as cold as I was expecting it. Let's see here. So Harold, you said that you got to take your brew commander apart to route out the connections at the bottom. Yeah, it's a simple interior. Yeah, yeah. Someday I would like to have a permanent mount for this thing, other than putting it on a table every time I use it. But because I rotate through the brew systems, I don't have any single setup where I can claim to be my brewery. Right? I don't have any dedicated space where I'm going to mount that thing every time I brew because I don't use it every time I brew, right? So it all comes out from the wall, goes on the table, goes back against the wall. Something else comes out for the next brew day, right? Yeah, Mike, take care. Yeah, have a good night. You bet. Enjoy, and talk to you some other time. Yeah, for sure. And then, all right. Rob is back. Where were you? Working? on Back on top of the bridge again. Oh man! All right. Very good. Okay. Well, we're winding down. Let me see if I need to take. Oh, I need to take some measurements here, right? So I got my starting gravity. We're going to do a total of 60-minute boil. I need to measure the end volume rate. But before I do that, I need to change my brew profile. I need to change it from Therminator to the Jaded Scylla, because that is going to impact my volume calcs. Having a immersion chiller submersed in the wort, it's going to have an impact there. So start up with 29 quarts. We're going to measure the end volume with the immersion chiller inserted, right? And then that's good. Okay. Now it's just a waiting game. See how much time I got here. 2 minutes. Oh, 2 minutes, and then I'm not quite done yet. because I forgot I got my final. Ah, damn it! I know this is gonna go flying everywhere as soon as I. Oh, there it goes. Okay. Oh, that smells good. This is the last half ounce of the Fuggle hops going in. Yeah, about another minute or so, and I'm gonna put that in there. I'm excited about how this beer is going to turn out. I mean, I haven't made any mistakes necessarily on the recipe, except for underestimating the mash efficiency, which required me to add some water. So yeah, I did have a mistake there, but that's only because I guesstimated the wrong initial mash efficiency that I'd get from the mash. Now I know I'll be getting much higher than 70. I got 82 and a half. Maybe next time I'll target 80%, or maybe I'll target 82%. I don't know. And we'll see how that turns out and to dial it in. But otherwise, I didn't forget any additions. I treated my water because I know I've forgotten to treat water in the past. I've done that on live streams. I know because it's like, oh, I didn't add the minerals or whatever. But I'm looking forward to this. And then I got my yeast. It's totally stoked. USO4. I like the flavor this yeast gives to some beers. It's more of a. It's not a clean neutral flavor. It's more of a. It's an English ale strain. However they taste like it. It's just a little bit more of a. If Chad was here, he'd have a term for it. He's got his words, his terms for things, which we've talked about in the past. Some jokes and stuff, but it's smoother. Maybe it's got anyway. I don't know, but we're about to find out. 20 seconds. 18, 17, 16, 15. Oh, where'd it go? There it goes. All right, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Okay, come on. All right, that's good enough. All right, so we're gonna dump this in there. Last addition. Give it about a minute. Oh, 1 minute. All right, there we go. All right, so we're done with this. We're done with some of this other stuff here. All right, we're down to the final stretch. Let's see who's still on. So we still got 47 viewers, 47, 48. So we're doing pretty good. This is really good, actually, to have that many eyeballs for this long. I know some of you have come and gone, so the actual total number is much greater who have joined and left. I mean, I think I saw a few hundred actual custom views, which means unique viewers. But a constant, steady 45 to 50 viewers for something like this is actually really good. So that's exciting. All right, get this out of the way. Is there any camera angle that would look better for you guys? Maybe. Oh, I know what I would do. Here, let's do it this way. Come on. NX cam. There we go. All right, so we're gonna do this here. Let's go. All right, I think we're up. There we go. So let's try that. And then I'm gonna get you guys in here. Come on. This stupid thing. There you go. Transition. All right. Whee! We got all kinds of camera angles going on here. All right. This has got to get turned off. All right. So ready to chill. Everything hooked up. Make sure everything's on there really good. Okay, I'm gonna start pump. Okay, the hose is in here. Okay. All right, let's give it a shot. All right. Now, I forgot to sanitize my spoon. This is hard to do with two people here, but what I'm going to do is I want to give it a bit of a help. I'm going to try to turn this thing in here. Actually, I don't know if I have a whole lot of room to turn a spoon in there, though. It's a smaller diameter pot. I'm so used to my 10-gallon pot having much wider area to rotate the wort to get a little bit more of a chill. Actually, you know what I could do is turn on the pump. Actually, the pump would help. Actually, what did I turn it off for? Yeah, perfect. I'll just let the whirlpool do my stirring for me. Oh, uh-oh. See, this is why I need a helper. There we go. All right. Let's see what we got here. It's down to 161 already. 160 degrees in what, like 30 seconds? I should have timed it, but I don't have enough free hands. I mean these immersion chillers are really fast too. Yeah, they don't take much longer than a plate chiller or whatever. Or they're about the same, comparatively speaking, but I mean, they chill really fast. Look at that. 147, 146. And what was that volume I had anyway at the end of the boil? I didn't write that down. It's about 6 3/4. Okay. I got to remember that 6 3/4 because I don't want to turn my back while I'm typing something in and have this thing overflow on me. Yeah, so this is the boring part. All right. See what we got there. 125. All right, doing great. We've got 2 buckets mostly full. Working on the 3rd one. All right, 4th bucket starts. See what we got there. 108 degrees. Oh, no, actually, what's going on here? Why do they keep doing that? Now we lost the probe. Ah, yeah, something's wrong with that brew commander. I have to contact Blichmann and see if they know what's going on. Yeah, I'm not even getting a reading at all, which means I got to use my plan B, my chef's temp instant read thermometer. After I give it a little sanitizer on it there. We're down to 102, 103. Yeah, all right. Uh-oh, gotta move it again. All right, now this is the rate where I slow down the flow a little bit. I mean, I don't think Clay recommends I do this, but he's not here. No, I just turned down the flow rate just a tad because the temperature of the discharge water went from really hot to to lukewarm to kind of cool, which is telling me that I'm like wasting tons of water here basically because I'm not pulling the heat out as efficiently because the temperature's dropped. The temperature difference between the groundwater and the cool and the chilled water, it's starting to like equalize. So it's taking much longer to like get to the final. Oh shoot! All right, that's it for that. All right, and then out to the curb you go. Whee! Okay, all right, back. So now I'm just running the rest of it down the driveway. So I got 6 buckets here. Actually, no, 5 buckets. 6, 5, yeah. And I'm already down to 90 degrees. So I mean that's actually really good. So now to speed this up a little bit, let's give it a little bit of a rotation there. Yeah. So I'm used to having the 10-gallon pot where I can give it like a little swirl. Can't really do that. There's not a lot of movement. There's like the dip tubes, the whirlpool arm, the dip tube for the main valve, as well as the temperature probe all sticking in there. So all I can really do at this moment is just let it go. And this thing still isn't giving me a sensor reading. Oh. Huh. I don't know why that is. All right. Well, I got some after brew day research ahead of me here. Yeah, see now it's like 86 degrees, 87, 86, 87. So it's slowing down a lot. And I would give it a stir, but honestly, that pump's got it going around pretty good right now, man. Yeah, darn it. Well, I guess we lost the temperature probe on this thing. Not sure what happened. 82 degrees. That's pretty good, right? I mean, I think the fermentation range for this yeast is like 59 to 68 degrees Fahrenheit. And still a little high. But I don't know if I'm going to get much of a delta now because my groundwater was around 70 degrees this morning or this afternoon. Yeah, so it's not dropping very much now. It's maybe a half a degree every minute or so. So I think I've hit the limit here for compared to the amount of water being sent down the driveway. At least that is. All right, all right. Let's see. One more check. One more check. All right, it's right at 80 degrees, 80, 81. You know, that's about all right. I mean, can't ask for much more considering I didn't have any ice water. It's summertime, and that's probably pretty good. There's no point in wasting a buttload of water. But by the time I rack this from here to here and bring it down to my basement for the next few hours before I pitch the yeast, it'll be fine. Yeah, because it's only 79 right now. And I was targeting 75, so a couple of degrees, big deal. All right, I'm gonna turn this off. All right. Oh, don't need to actually. Let me check it one more time, just for my own benefit. 77. Oh, 77. I mean, yeah, that's good enough for me. All right. So I'm gonna actually now. Okay, so now here's one of the reasons why I like immersion chillers. Right. I'm gonna take. Take the immersion chiller. Actually, you know what I should have done is just disconnect the hoses first. Hold on a minute. Oh, there we go. All right. All right, disconnect the other one. Oops, so there we go. Oh, a little bit of spillage there. All right, this guy can come out. And there's some gunk on there, right? A little stuff stuck to the side of the coils. I can actually take this right outside and hose it off right now. Or I can soak it in one of these buckets of water. I might do a little bit of both. So I'm going to give a little hose. Just to get the easy to blow off stuff off. Right? And then I'm going to just let this sit in one of the buckets. So maybe this one. And there, done. So now that will soak. I don't need to get right to cleaning it and back flushing it and sanding it and all that stuff. It's good. I can let that thing sit there overnight. And I might. I don't know. I'll come back to it later tonight when I get back from dinner when the stream is done. Because my son keeps pinging me about dinner on my text messages here. So got that going for me. Yep. All right. So that's good. So now that's still whirlpooling. That's fine. And I'm going to turn that off and let it settle. Honestly, yeah, I haven't sanitized this lid. I haven't done that. I'm gonna just go ahead and put it on there. Let it settle here. And now I'm just going to let that sit for several minutes, let it kind of settle out, and then I'm going to rack what's left from here to here. So while we're waiting for it to settle, let me rejigger some of these things. And because I don't want to put liquid over electronics, I'm going to move the electronics outside of the liquids, right? Just in case something happens, right? All right, so you got that going for me, right? So now what I'm going to do here is disconnect. Let me clean up a little bit here first. I'm going to disconnect. Take this little piece off here. Now this is what I was talking about before. Let me see if I can make sure I can see all of this here. So you guys can see most of that. Okay, that's probably pretty good. All right. And I'm going to take this off. Take this bad boy. Okay. Oh, see, I almost made the same mistake as I made last time. You got to close the valves before you move hoses. Otherwise, you're going to get a mess of a spill on your hands. Right? Actually, this too. I gotta turn this one off. There's two of them. All right. I'm safe. I'm safe now. A little bit there, right? Put this right on top of here. So this is why I actually wanted to use the Flex Plus today, because I thought I could take advantage of this port for a little hands-free transfer, right? All right, and see if I can try to. Got a bit of a kink here, so hold on a minute. Not sure why there's a kink there. On. See if I can do something there. I guess that's probably good enough. All right, so then I'm gonna just let that settle out because it's still cloudy inside the kettle, right? It's still all that churn is just slowly winding itself down into the bottom of the pot. And one of the things you can do with this, which is going to be kind of neat. So let's demo this. So what this has in the tri-clamp version, at least in the version that I'm using, if I can get up there closer. See, probably can't see it too well, but so what we got here with the tri-clamp version is it's double clamped, right? So obviously the linear flow valve is got its own attachment to another device, which is part of the racking arm that's in there. So that racking arm is going inside the kettle and is turns and goes right down to the bottom of the pot to pick up the wort to pull out of there, right? But there's going to be trube and other crap at the bottom, all going to get sucked up if it's near that port. Even if you do the whole whirlpool tube cone thing, the cone is going to sag and flatten out as you drain, and it's going to get closer and closer to that uptake. So what they have here is kind of nice, is that you can loosen this this last clamp here, and there's this little arm here, which you probably have a hard time seeing, but this little protruding arm that comes out of here. So then you can rotate and pivot the racking arm up higher in the pot and out of the way of that tube that's on the bottom. So I'm going to do that too. So what I would do Now you don't have to completely take it apart; it'll come gushing out. But you loosen it up, and then you should be able to loosen it just enough where you can turn it like this. See? Now I'm a little bit paranoid about loosening it too much, obviously for obvious reasons, right? I don't want to spill anything, but I can actually turn this at first like this. Here, a little bit. So now the pot, or the pickup tube, the racking arm is now kind of like going this way rather than straight down. I could actually go even more and get it out of the tube even more like that. And then I can rotate it back down as the pump is draining it. I can actually turn this back down to pick up more of the wort, hopefully not much of the trub. So let me check my chat here just to see if you guys have anything to say about what I just said or anything else I said before now. Because, the air is human. I make mistakes too. Oh, you guys had a lot of comments in here since I was here. All right, cool. Oh, you guys got a lot of stuff going here. Gotta love Jaded from Greens. Okay, good work. Rob says, Larry, ferment with or without trub or hops in the fermenter? See, okay, well, yeah, so that's kind of a topic. I've kind of gone back and forth. I mean, when I first started brewing, the home brewing kit, the system was buckets and wrecking canes and stuff, right? And it came with, geez, right here, sweet. It came with one of these that has one of those little mesh filters in them to strain, right? And I was so anal about trying to pour the carboy in there and strain it and get all that trub out, all of it, and scraping it out and pouring more in and to fill the carboy. And that was a pain in the ass. Then I started talking to other people that brewed, and they go, "Why do you do all that? It's like so much extra work." And I'm like, you just dump it all in the fermenter? It's like, yeah. Like, so there's some people who just didn't care. They put everything in the fermenter. Others, like were trying to be anal and keep it out of the fermenter. And I guess I settled on kind of a combination of both. I mean, as long as, and I've realized, and I haven't noticed any difference doing it this way, is as long as you leave most of it behind, it's fine. I mean, for those of you who use counterflow and plate chillers and go from the vessel right to the fermenter, you're actually pulling all that cold break from the kettle right into the fermenter with it. I mean, you're just dragging it right along. So right, so if you're okay with that, then and it works for you, that's great. As far as hops and trub residue, like stuff like that, mostly hop residue, some is okay, a lot is probably not okay. I mean, as far as the cold break, some of it's good. Some of it's good for the yeast development in the fermenters. A lot is not, right? None is not great either. So it's kind of like you want a little, you don't mind a little bit is my point. You don't mind a little bit getting in there, but you don't want to put it all in there. It's kind of pointless then to go through the whole hot side finding with the Wolflock tablets then at that point, or the fast chilling to get the cold break, or the hot break at the boil. All that stuff's going right into your fermenter. If you just dump it all in there, then they'll say, well, why'd you bother doing any of that in the first place? Right? So it's like, okay, the hot break, the cold break, all the hot matter, I want to leave like 90% of it behind. So you do the whirlpool thing, you try to get it off the top of the tube in your rack, you get most of it, and you're going to get some, but some, again, is not bad. And actually some of it could be a little helpful to a degree. So I don't try too hard nowadays because then my fermentations only go for a couple weeks, and then I rack off the top of that into a keg and leave that stuff behind. So you start with a lot of trub, a small amount of trub, and then you get to the keg and hopefully you got no trub, but you probably might get some in there too. But then you pour that off with your first pour of the beer, right? So that's where I'm at with that. Let's see. Wiggle the probe. Yeah, I thought I did that, Harold. Like a few different times. See, now it's back again. I didn't even do anything. That's weird. Rip with Decay 83. Hey, I'm doing well. Thanks for joining. That chiller is awesome, Rob. Oh yeah. Oh, how long did the chiller take? Again, I didn't have a timer, but you saw it live. I can go back and, or you can go replay the broadcast, uh, set a timer live and watch it. It probably was no more than 5 minutes, right? It's just like the other chiller types, but without the hassle of having to clean them as much, right? Yeah, totally on board with the immersion chillers, especially the ones by Jaded. I mean, there's other makers out there who I guess are doing similar things now, but the OG in the market is still Jaded Brewing. Yeah, totally. It worked great. Okay, well, um, let's do this. I think it's settled a little bit. Oh yeah, it's starting to look a little clearer on top. I think that's good enough for my purposes and for ours. But again, if you're one of those Zen types, like you joking earlier, hey man, I just go. I would finish my beer right now and come back to this in like another 5 or 10 minutes still, and then do it because it's still cooling down slowly below 77 degrees or whatever it was when I last read it. It's settling all the way more, and I'm in no rush, right? Other than my son wanting to go out to like dinner. Apparently, he's nagging me about going to get some food. So, but he'll have to wait a little bit longer. All right, so let's check on the chat one more time, and maybe we'll get started on this. Same as before. Okay, so nothing new. Cool. Well, man, you guys are so patient here for me. And actually, what time is it? To me, it's 5:18. We've been doing this for 4.25 hours. 4.25 hours. That's a lot faster than any other stream. I mean, I think we just shaved off an hour on our average live stream just by what I did here today. So you're welcome, I guess, for giving you back an hour. And it's like almost half as long as our last stream. So Rob says he just drove past Moon River Brewery. That was the brewery, brew pub, whatever that I met him at last. Well, it was actually this month, actually, wasn't it? September. Still, just a few weeks ago, I was down there for my job, and he happened to be living in Savannah, and we met up for a few drinks after his work shift was over. So very good. Okay. One thing I forgot to do is sanitize my yeast packet. So I'm just going to go ahead and give that a little dip in some sanitizer. And I just realized I don't have a sanitized pair of scissors. So I can go grab that in a couple minutes. Actually, I'll do that right now. Just give me one moment. I tell you, when you got like wort and sugar out here, man, the insects come out of the woodwork. Flies, bees, little gnats, suckers. All right, so while that's drip drying to use to cut the yeast packet, I'm going to go ahead and sanitize. So what I'm going to do also, okay, I have the Spike Flex Plus. It is a pressure vessel, right? That's the forte of it. However, pressure fermentation, I'm a big fan of pressure fermentation, but only for certain beer styles, mainly lagers. Ales, really, it's kind of a detriment to most ales because with ale development, with like ales, a big part of the flavor profile of ales are the esters that get produced. They add the unique characters of the flavors and stuff of the beer, which includes brown ale, which is what I'm after, right? I don't want a completely clean ester-free fermentation by using pressure. And so what I'm going to do, but yet I have a pressure vessel. I have an easy to attach. This is the Spike spunning valve, right? Which is beefy and robust. I'm not going to use it to pressure ferment. I'm actually going to use it, yes, but I'm going to dial down the pressure down to like 1 psi, just barely enough to hold a slight positive pressure, kind of like an airlock. And I could put a rubber or an airlock stopper in here and do that, but I got the gadget. I'm going to use it, right? So I'm going to go ahead and attach this to that too, but I'm going to dial down the pressure to just a 1 or 2 psi, just to keep a positive pressure to keep the oxygen from any of any kind from getting in. And I'm going to let this ferment in my basement in the upper 60s, which is the upper end of the range of the fermentation. So maybe a little bit of PSI may help a little bit with keeping some of the really bad flavors out of here. But this is what I've been doing for years, pre-refrigeration. And every beer's turned out fine. I'm not worried. So I'm going to do that here. So, all right. So I think I've been yapping long enough. Let's do the transfer. Let's get this beautiful. Okay. So what was the final volume? I got to record that. It's about, it's under 6.5, but above 6.25, about 6 3/8. So if I want to be 6 3/8, hold on a minute. Let me pull up the recipe again. You guys want to see me type in recipes? Stuff? You might as well since you're here, huh? Let's see. All right, let's go back to the chart. What we're going to do here is, okay, so the end boil. Oh, crap. What did I say the end boil was with the, it was like 6 3/4, was it? Times 4 for quarts. Oh, okay, that's probably about right because I was expecting 3 point. Yeah, okay, all right. So it's probably good I didn't add all 4 quarts of that top-up water because I had a lower than expected boil-off rate. All right, that's cool. Chilled volume was what, 6 3/8 times 4 for quarts, 25. Okay, this was like 77 degrees, right? Oh, hydrometer sample. Duh. Oh, okay, all right. Let's do that. I need to get a sample for the original gravity. Duh, I should have known that. You know what I might do? Because in order to get that sample, I got to disconnect this and get the sample and make it a mess. What I'm going to do is just rack it all over here, and then I'll take the sample from the port on the fermenter. That seems the path of least resistance. I just can't forget to do it, right? Before I add the yeast, or before the yeast starts doing anything, at least. All right, so that's all I got to do, right? It's just those two. Yeah. All right. Cool, guys. Let's do this. Let me save my spreadsheet. Come back to the. Come back to the camera. Transition. There we go. All right. So I hope you guys got enough viewing angles here. Let's go for it. Yeah, something is not right with that probe. It's reading 42 degrees Fahrenheit now. 42 degrees. It's not 42 degrees. Something's really bad is going on. I'll have to give you an update on that later after I talk with someone at Blichmann about it. All right. I'm going to turn on the pump. That's open. This is closed. I'm going to open the valve on the pump. Everything looks good otherwise. And ready, set, go. There we go. Oh yeah, that thing is filling up fast. So now, I don't even think I need to even oxygenate this beer. I mean, it's splashing so fast in there and creating so much foam just from splashing it in. I don't think I even need to add oxygen to this, honestly. Oh yeah, man, it is splashing like crazy in there. I mean, it's very forceful. Let me see here. Oh yeah, that's a nice looking. Oh, I'm sure hoping. I'm crossing my fingers that this is gonna be a badass brown ale. I mean, it kind of smells like it. Kind of looks like it. Oh yeah, man, this is pulling up really nice. Yeah, this is getting aerated like to the max. Oh yeah. Yeah. Who knows? I may have enough beer in here to bottle some of it rather than keg it all. Who knows? Let's see. Let's see here. Oh yeah. Good. Oh, it's not filling anymore. What's going on here? Is it clogged or something? Hmm. Hold on. What's this? Oh, geez. Ah, I know what I did wrong. I knew this was going to be an issue before, and I didn't. I totally forgot. That totally sucked. Okay, so what just happened here? Lesson learned, and I knew this lesson before I started, and I forgot to do it because I was distracted, of course. Mistake number N. I don't know, 5, 6, whatever. Um, it started pumping great. Then because it was a pressure vessel, it was all sealed up. The pressure built up, the equalized with the pump pressure coming in. It stopped flowing, right? I don't know if you saw that there was a little airspace there. And I figured that's not right. So as you saw, oh man, what a mess. So as soon as I turned the pump off, the built up pressure in here back flushed it all back into, well, not all, but whatever was in the line, back into the kettle. And what happened is it, oh man, this is crazy. So it completely backflowed, and now it made all the wort in here cloudy again. See, it's all hazy and cloudy again. So not cool, I guess. Um, huh, interesting. Let's see if I can get this a little higher here. Yeah, so if I can't really get you a good angle, nah, that's still not enough of an angle for you. But anyway, that was a faux pas on my part, and I knew this was going to happen with docking this thing over here. And I what I needed to do was like vent this like that, and I just kept it on the entire time. Man, not a big deal. But what I should do now is let this resettle. Actually, honestly, perhaps even recirculate it again. Maybe. Oh, just a little bit. Maybe. Huh? I didn't mean to do that. Cost me a little time now too, unfortunately. That's a drag. That was entirely my fault for what I thought was a great idea. All right. Let's just do one just do a minute or two of recirculation just to make sure this thing forms a new tube cone. Oh, oh, you know what? There we go. There we go. And an airlock because I had this higher than the level of wort in there. So I basically got this thing full to about here. About here, yes. I got about this much wort left in here. There. Okay. So I'm starting the whirlpool again. It's splashing just nicely in there. Just let that go for about 30 seconds, maybe more, to get it moving. And then I turn it off. Okay. Turn it back off again. Start over, guys. Again, you're learning from my mistakes. So, so heed the advice, I guess, huh? I'm gonna shut this off so I don't backflow again. Turn this off so I don't spill. All right. Take this back off again. And I thought this was going to save me some effort, but apparently it actually caused me a little bit. Uh-oh. Ah, darn it. All right. Well, that's me trying to be creative. All right. And keep that cracked, or at least not sealed, right? Gonna let this settle out again for a few more minutes because it's all still cloudy in there. Oh, man. The troubles. That was actually kind of funny, actually. I heard it go, boom, 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 boom. Like, what's going on? It's backflowing. Playing with pressure, right? All right. So, oh, you guys are, oh, yeah, you guys are laughing at me now. Yeah, I know, I know. Oh, man. Oh, shoot, you guys. Yeah, go ahead. Give me crap. I know. I deserved it. Vent the flex. Thank you, Harold, for the, well, not that it was a delayed response from you. It was my delayed reading of your response. Yeah, I'm lucky the hose didn't blow off. Yeah, because the hose, yeah, right. Because the hoses are secured with those little white little plastic clamps, which barely hold it on, right? So you're right. You're totally right. None's on the walls and floors or anything. Oh, man. Okay, that's one for the live stream archives right there, huh? A blooper reel material, I suppose. Hmm. Damn it, Larry. Why do you do this stuff? All right. For fun. That's why, for fun. All right. Yeah, okay. It's starting to settle again. Just give it a few more minutes. Dang it. I thought this live stream was about finished too. So lay it on me, guys. Lay it on me. I can take it. I'm not the only one that's got problems in their live streams. I think everyone I've seen a live stream always ends up doing something unintended or absent-minded, right? It's because you're focused on conversation. Like your brain, everyone thinks we can multitask, but that's not true. The human mind can only single task. It's just that we think we can because we keep going back and forth quickly between different things, thinking that we're always in touch, but really you're just distracted momentarily while something else is still going on over here, but you think you know what's going on because a moment ago you saw it there, but it's been more than a moment and you don't know what's going on. You turn back and it's now, oh no, I didn't pay. So this is what happens. That's so funny. Okay, Harold, I know you're just giving me crap. I know. That's funny. Oh, man. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah. So, Harold, you say, so you have trouble brewing too? Can you only imagine how it would be to film it? Yeah, I mean, that's why every time I brew or plan to brew, it's like I always have to make the decision. Am I going to film any part of it? Right? Because I don't film everything I do. Right? I mean, I'd like to, but the problem is what we're seeing here is like distractions, stress, complexity. Right? I mean, there was a period where I think I filmed every brew I did for a while, a couple of years probably or more, and I filmed everything. Oh, here's this new recipe. Here's a new gadget that I got. Here's some new camera angles for a live stream, that I have to manage and maintain. And every single of these things, or I have people over, and now you're hosting not just people online, but you're helping people in the present, and then we try to cook food on the grill or on the griddle, and we're multitasking and doing all these things, and it is a lot to keep track of. It really is hard to stay on top of all of that and have a good time. And the whole point of doing this to me is to have a good time. And so it's like you start having a good time, then you start letting the other things slack off, and then those pay the price for it, like we saw here just a moment ago. And yeah, so every time I brew, I have to decide, am I going to film anything? And if so, what and why? But then, is it going to be a produced video or a live stream video? Or am I going to just take some screenshots and pictures and do a voiceover, or am I going to do it chronologically, like kind of live recording, but kind of edit later to produce it. There's all kinds of thoughts. It's like, okay, well, okay, if I did it this way, the challenges are, this and that, or if I did it the other way, well, this would be great. Sometimes it's good to not do anything and just turn off the lights, or the camera lights at least, and the cameras, and just kick back and have a good time on a nice afternoon. It's a beautiful day today, except for the overcast and the rain that comes and drizzles on. But which we need, by the way, sorely. My grass is in a miserable state right now because of the dry summer we've had. But yeah, it's how it is. It's what it is. Comment from the Brew Queue. Plate chillers are pretty easy to clean. You just need to run cleaner and rinse backwards through it when cleaning. It's not been my experience with counterflows. You think they're clean, and then you find out later that they're not clean when you go to use them the next time, and you have to clean them basically twice, once after brew day, once prior to the next brew day. And then and all that stuff. I mean, I just find immersion chillers easier. I mean, you just soak them, rinse them off, spray them off, turn them upside down to like drain the water out of them. You don't have to run anything through them. No cleaners, no sanitizers, no rinses, no back flows, no front flows. Yeah, much wait. I mean, for the overall workload, the advantage of the plate chillers is dwarfed by the advantages of having an immersion chiller, in my humble opinion, of course, right? Blame it on the groundhog. Oh, ha 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 ha! There's no groundhogs today because there's no clay. I told him not to come because I didn't want the groundhog to come back with him in his car. I'm just kidding. I didn't even tell him about today. I didn't tell anyone about today. I didn't know if I was going to even live stream really today. I didn't know what I was going to do up until like yesterday. Well, that's not true. I started setting up for a live stream on Thursday, but only as much as I would if I were to film it. I mean, I had the lights and cameras out here and stuff and microphones, and it was kind of like, I've already gone halfway. I might as well go all the way and do the whole multi-view and the camera setups and stuff. And so it kind of became a live stream brew day, but it was not something I planned for very long. Only a couple days, really, honestly. So yeah, all right. Well, let's take a look here and see what we got. Oh yeah, okay. All right. So we're back in the clear. Let's do this again. Let's see if I can get another angle this way, maybe. Let's see. Maybe something like that. Maybe. Okay. All right. Well, that's good enough. All right. Camera's working. Everything's working. Turn these back on again. This time, vented. Vented. All right. Everything's ready to go. That's closed. That's open. Just double checking everything. Everything's tightened down. Everything's there. Okay. Pump. There we go. All right. Back to it. that was something, man. Oh, that was that. That was something. Oh, you know what? I didn't turn this arm out of the way again. There we go. I have to keep an eye on the wort level, so I know when to turn the arm back down. Oh, geez. All right, I think that's it. That was it. I actually got some trube in there, actually, honestly. Bummer. Oh well. But like I said earlier, some is okay. Not to worry about. So I can show you the camera view here. Let me see if I can tilt this up and over here, right? So I got trube in there, some sediment. Some of it started getting picked up in the wrecking arm. It's okay. I stopped it. Almost all of it's still in there. Although I'm sure it gets some into the fermenter now. So the fermenter. Oh wow, this thing really got oxygenated. I can't even read the volume level back there because there's so much foam in that thing. So I'll tell you what, let me, oh, you know what? I'm sure you're going to remind me, Larry, take a gravity reading, right? Larry, take a gravity reading. All right, well, I'll take a gravity reading out the front port of this thing. So let's see if I can make sure you guys get a good angle here. There we go. All right. Uh-oh. That's good. All right. Now, just a little sample. All right. That's all I need. Actually, you know what? Screw that. I got so much wort in here. More than I need. I want to sample the taste. All right. So, up to the camera here, I guess. They probably can't see this because I got it in an opaque cup here, but ah, it's promising. It's promising. You know, you can't really tell for sure because it's flat and unfermented and all, but as far as a sugary and bitter wort go, that's a pretty good balance. I think it's right along where I wanted it to be. I'm quite happy with this so far. A hot scotchy? Carol, is that what you're telling me? Oh, that's good. That's pretty tasty. All right, so now let's do the whole test with let's do the whole test thing with this bad boy. My water again. All right. Syringe. Turn this back on. I'm gonna have to steal my mobile cam, fellas, again for my app. So don't look in that upper right quadrant because it's a static image now. It's not live. All right, I want to do this brew thing. All right, so sample. Get in there. Okay, let's try that. I'm gonna do a reconnect. Yeah, of course. Connected. It's on, right? Yeah. Okay. There it goes. Let's see. I have a 1046 at 74.7 degrees. So if I go back and show you my my sheet, turn off the camera, turn on Excel, go back to Excel. All right, so, oh, look at that. So this is supposed to be the OG, the original gravity. Guess what I got? 1046 at 74.7. Okay, okay, all right, it's a little higher. It's a little higher than my design, but if you remember, I had such a high mash efficiency, it was like, well, it was off the charts high. I added a half gallon of water to thin it out, although it told me to add a whole gallon of water. I was kind of skeptical. Remember, I put the half gallon of water in, didn't add the other half a gallon, figured, not sure, you know, I can always add more. And then the boil off rate, according to these numbers, they could be wrong. I'll have to update them after watching the stream again later and take more accurate notes. It might change, but I do recall my boil off rate being reported up here as only 2 quarts per gallon and not 3. So that'll be an extra quart of that gallon, right? So really, if I would have added just 1 more quart, I would have probably got down to the right number. But the downside to that, like I mentioned before, the hop bitterness contribution to that larger volume would be less. And I got so much work coming out my butt now, and I almost filled this spike thing up to the top almost already by adding the extra water that I did. And the keg can only hold 5 gallons. If I have any extra, maybe I'll put it into a small keg or something, maybe, right? Just as an overflow thing in a couple of weeks. But man, that actually worked out really good. And into the fermenter here, I'll have to wait for the foam to settle here a little because I still can't see me see here. It's, oh, I can kind of tell, but I can't read the numbers. I see tick marks, but no numbers. But I'll have to check on that later. I got to add my yeast yet, but since the temperature was only like 76 or 77 when I measured it, it's probably dropped a little bit since then. I'm going to just let it sit for maybe a little bit more. I'll bring this down to my basement. I'll probably pitch the yeast in a little bit after I start to clean up, right? Yeah, and then but by that time it'll be cooler. In the meantime, I need to clean up the fermenter a little bit because I had a little bit of spillage with the wort here that's being captured in the cracks here, basically, of the lid. And we want to get all that out of there before I move this downstairs. But as far as our stream goes, guys, I think this is it. I mean, the only thing left again was to add the dry yeast and put my airlock on and set it down to 1 or 2 psi to give it just a little bit of positive pressure again. But I do not want to really aggressively pressure ferment this because I want to keep the esters and stuff for the style and not lose those, right? So all right, so I think we're square. All that's left is the messy cleanup and my bitching and moaning about doing it, of course, right? I can take this off in just a minute here. Put the I just do it now, I guess, since we're here, right? And take this off of here. This is a little messy looking. I want to give this a quick rinse. The sanitizer, put that back on there. And then, right, that's done here, and there we go. All right, come on, bad boy. There we go. All right. So that's on there. I'm gonna put the liquid in here and adjust this later when I put the yeast in. All right. So that is it. I hope this was a experience that was worth waiting around for. Again, I compared some of the differences between the two different types of BrewEasies, some general contrast between the electric coils and surface. Talked a lot about the recipe a little bit, right? Talked about pros and cons of the compact that I have seen today. Mistakes I've made that you saw live and I now regret having done. But you always learn from them, right? It's not a bad thing to have happen, to learn from your mistakes. And I hope it was worth your time and effort here. Doing this solo was kind of weird. I've been so used to having people with me doing live streams. It felt kind of strange, even for me. So maybe next time I'll make sure I have someone else here for sure. But otherwise, thanks for watching. Let me take a look at the final list of chats here. And if there's nothing of anything that requires my attention at the moment, I will definitely let you all go. Let's see. Today's setup was awesome. Thank you, Rob. Appreciate it. Yeah, I placed your bets. Oh, you guys were. So you guys were betting on the OG? Yeah, the OG was bad. It was right there. I mean, very close, very close. Right, and it's an old lid on that flex, Carol. I don't know that. Well, it could be. I had the first flex ever made. I was one of the first people to ever get one. I can guarantee it was either me or Brian or both at the same time. So that could be. Why are they different today than they were before? It sounds like that you're saying that. Yeah, James, you're welcome. Thanks for your time, and thank you. Yeah, great stream. Yeah, thank you. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. Beer me too. Hey man, nice to see you back on the stream. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, ditto. Thanks guys. Gerard, everyone. Thanks for sticking around to the end, and appreciate it. I'm probably going to do I'll probably, most likely at some point, I don't know how soon, do a fully produced video on this system, learning lessons I've learned today. Maybe do a review, like a more formal review video, much shorter format, of course, 10, 15, 20 minutes tops, about what I think about it, taking in some of the questions and comments and thoughts I've had today into account, and hopefully come up with something that's more less chaotic and more structured for those who have short attention spans. Okay, so All right. Well, thanks for watching, everyone. I'm going to walk over to my studio here and start the process of signing off. And I hope the audio quality. I hope the camera angles were good enough, at least. The sound, it sounds like it was really good today. So I gotta kind of take notes of what I did today and all the settings I've got so I can reproduce something similar in the future again. So, but otherwise, let me get back to this here and go back to the aux camera here. Okay, so again, thanks for joining. I don't know what I'm doing next video wise, but we'll see. All right, see y'all later.